Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Adobiri. I'm part of the international participants team here at Expo 2020, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all to our pre-Expo event focused on tolerance and inclusivity. Now, the question of how we might foster a greater common understanding for more tolerant and inclusive societies has been the subject of discussion for centuries, even as we, as a species, have made progress towards that goal and permitted setbacks too. We hope that the coming 2 days will provide an opportunity for you to see and hear what tolerance and inclusivity means to us here at Expo 2020 Dubai, to the UAE, and to all our participants and partners all around the globe. To open proceedings today, I'd like to introduce Her Excellency Reem Al Hashmi, Director General of Expo 2020 Dubai and UAE Minister of International Cooperation. Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the latest in our series of pre-Expo events, this time formulated around the Expo inquiry. How can we foster a greater common understanding for more tolerant and inclusive societies? The principles of multiculturalism and inclusivity, when achieved, grant us the immeasurable gift of being able to recognize and cherish common human values, while also appreciating our differences and the wonderful diversity of our species, its peoples, and also cultures. They allow us to look forward with purpose, because we are firm in the knowledge that we have left no one behind, and they bring joy and growth in the fulfillment of the potential of the individual, as well as the society in which they exist. In the United Arab Emirates, we know this because we've embraced those principles of multiculturalism and inclusivity from our moment of inception as a nation. It is part of our DNA, of our soul, that spirit that tied together 7 diverse emirates and then said, Marhaba, welcome to the world. Half a century later, we are home to more than 200 nationalities, and while Arabic may be our mother tongue, all the languages of the world are heard every day on our streets, in our souks, in shops, and in offices and schools. And on this very site, and in these halls where I am delighted to count upon the support of an Expo team with more than 70 nationalities, all committed to delivering a world-class event, whatever life may throw at us next. These principles we hold in common with every one of our participants and partners, not to mention the Bureau of International Expositions, and they will be championed at every moment before and during our forthcoming World Exposition, as well as in the legacy phase, when our site will continue to be a place of connection for like-minded individuals and institutions from all corners of the globe. We will celebrate these principles through programs such as dignified storytelling and cultures and conversation, which will be a feature of each of our theme weeks, and through countries' upholding of indigenous peoples across the wealth of their content and also their programming. We will witness their cross-cutting of our entire thematic program, for example, in the case of women and girls and their fundamental role in the achievement and preservation of peace and security, or in the conversations activated and inspired by our World Majlis series, which in its session later today will focus upon how we might place empathy and human values at the heart of our economies. At event time, our millions of visitors will avail of these principles every day, whether through accessibility initiatives embedded into our planning and operations, or through our solemn commitment that Expo will be a platform for all voices from all backgrounds to be heard clearly and equally. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to acknowledge and accept the responsibility that comes with knowing that our Expo will be one of the first such global mega events to take place after this pandemic. And if this year has shown us anything, it is that it will take all of us together to achieve the full potential of our species. In doing so, we must leverage both our collective strength and our individual brilliance, our common values, and all the myriad unique perspectives that comprise human life today. We must endeavor to keep open minds and open arms. And we must always say, Marhaba, welcome to all. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And now we turn from a call to action to a few moments of culture. We announced back in 2018 that we had commissioned the Al Wasl Opera, the UAE's first opera, with music by award-winning composer Mohammed Farouz and dialogues penned by best-selling author Maha Gargash. Combining Emirati and global talent, Al Wasl Opera is being produced in collaboration with the Welsh National Opera. More than 100 artists and musicians and a production team of 70 professionals are coming together to tell a tale of unity and connectivity, of togetherness in adversity, and joy of shared opportunity. Please enjoy a sneak preview of this incredible work.
Al Wasl is the title of the opera, the old name for Dubai, but it's also the link between generation to generation, what's passed down. The story is about the cycles of generations and young people and old people learning to listen to one another.
It's going to be incredible. Thank you to everyone who's working on this project and on this part of history that is UAE's first ever opera. Sticking with UAE culture, on September the 8th this year, we published the first edition of our children's book, Children's Tale, from around the world. Thanks to your efforts and the talents of storytellers and artists, young and old, we were able to bring to life stories from no fewer than 24 countries. Let's hear one of these tales now, the story of Fatu, the mangrove demon, which is a tale of friendship and overcoming our misperceptions of others. Our narrators are the illustrators of this classic Emirati story, Hazza and Zayed.
Hi, my name is Hazza and my name is Zayed. Now we're gonna read you the story of Fatu, the mangrove demon. Emirates of Abu Dhabi and Ras Al Khaimah are home to stunning mangroves, but none are as beautiful and majestic as those in the mangrove forest of Kalba. It is here in the eastern region city where the fearsome jinn Fatuh lives, with long limbs, sharp claws, and the piercing eyes of a little teeny cat. Fatuh is a formidable creature, tall enough to touch the skies. He doesn't like to leave his home in the mangroves, nor does he welcome visitors. You see, people have been unkind to Fatuh because of his appearance and the countless screams and moments of ridicule hardened him, draining him of every drop of kindness and warmth. One day, a woodcutter ventured into the mangrove forest to fetch some dry wood to sell. He arrived early in the morning and started counting his blessings when he chanced upon a large amount of good quality wood. He set to work and worked very hard indeed until the late afternoon heat beat into his back. My, how the time got away from him. The wise never dared to step foot in the mangrove forest of Kalba at midday when the feared Fatou emerged to guard his beloved home. The jinn did not take kindly to entering his home and made sure that any nice pauses learned their lesson. The woodcutter was so focused on his work that he didn't notice Fatou's shadow drift over him. He raised his head and saw the demon's long arms and legs, the sharp claws on his hands and feet. He trembled as his gaze met Fatou's yellow feline-like eyes. The demon hissed and bared his razor-sharp teeth. The woodcutter threw his wood into the ground and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Fatou took off after him, thrilled by the chase. It had been a while since he chased someone away, and he worried that he might be losing his scary edge. Fatou thought about all the unkind things he could do to this mindless man who dared to enter his forest. Maybe I could tickle him, he thought while running, his feet sinking into the mud one after another. Or, maybe I could blow raspberries in his face. I could call him goat, or what if I tripped him? Kablonk. Ha! I could hang him from the branches by the sleeves of his kandura. The man ran fast, but was no match for Fatou. After a while, the man slowed to catch his breath, and Fatou seized his weakness as an opportunity to pounce. He leapt on him, knocking him to the ground. Woodcutter fought hard, but Fatou was not going to back down. At first, he enjoyed the tussle, but the excitement quickly faded into boredom. His opponents had given up by this time, leaving Fatou basking in the glory of victory. Fatou roared in frustration, his eyes rolling back to reveal the whites beneath. Terrified by the ferocity of the demon's cry, the woodcutter fell to the ground unconscious. Fatou stared at the still man and dumbfounded. That was not supposed to happen. Fatou mumbled, scratching the back of his head. He poked the man. Nothing. He shouted at him, but his piercing cries didn't jog the man's senses. He just takes this man's life. His confusion quickly turned into regret. And so, the man's body in his arms, and for the first time in a long time, he wept. He wept because he had been foolish. He wept because he hurt a man who had done nothing to deserve this treatment. He wept because of the unfriendly attention his friends attracted. He wept because he always tried to hurt people before they could hurt him first. The man groaned. Fatou's Fatur's relief crashed over him like a tidal wave. Shh, shh. It's okay, you're alive and you're safe. Fatur whispered to him gently. The man's eyelids slowly fluttered open. I'm so sorry I hurt you. I shouldn't have scared you. Please forgive me. I will never hurt you or anyone else again. He promised, seeing the fear behind the man's eyes. The man nodded, still dazed. A weak smile crept over his face, showing he was no longer scared. You're known to be fearful, Fatur. Why do you let people believe that? He asked the creature. Fatur was caught off guard. Nobody had ever cared enough to ask him. In the warm company of the woodcutter, Fatur began to realize that acts of kindness and forgiveness produced far more pleasure than those of fear and revenge. It was in the mangrove forest of Kalba, where Fatur pledged never to hurt anyone again. To make up for his behavior, he invited the woodcutter back to his home with the offer not just firewood, but friendship. As well, the woodcutter gratefully accepted, acknowledging that friends can come in all different shapes and sizes.
What a wonderful story, beautifully told. Thank you so much to Hazza and Zayed and to everyone who helped bring that together. You can find the original digital book on our Expo website, as well as the Apple Books and Kobo. We'll hear more stories later today from Singapore and from Botswana, and I'd like to remind you that there will also be future editions of the book if you've not already contributed a story. We've received a huge number of submissions for our second digital edition, which is being created right now and will go live on January the 24th, 2021, which is International Day of Education. If you've not contributed, don't worry, because you have a final chance to be a part of this project in our third digital edition, which will go live later in 2021. If you'd like to be a part of this amazing collaboration between Expo and countries and organizations all around the world, please reach out to your country manager and let them know so we can welcome your story into our collection. Right now, we're going to have our first series of Expo Family Talks, and I'd like to welcome our friends from America and William R. Botten at the US Access Board, which is a federal agency that promotes equality for people with disabilities through leadership in inclusive design and the development of accessibility guidelines and standards.
Botten, and I'm the Training and Technical Assistance Coordinator at the U.S. Access Board. The U.S. Access Board is an independent federal agency that promotes equality for people with disabilities through leadership in accessible design and the development of accessibility guidelines and standards. Created in 1973 to ensure access to federally funded facilities, the board is now the leading source of information on accessible design. The board develops and maintains design criteria for the built environment, transportation vehicles, telecommunications equipment, medical diagnostic equipment, and information technology. It also provides technical assistance and training on these requirements and accessible design, and continues to enforce accessibility standards covered by federal facilities. It's my great pleasure to be with you at Expo 2020, and I want to thank the Department of State for this opportunity to encourage those of you at the pavilions to make sure that everyone can participate in the great opportunities and the activities that you're providing. So I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to remind you of some of the features at your pavilion that may assist people with disabilities and provide them a more independent and equal opportunity to participate in all the fun and activities that you're providing. So I'd like to start really from when you arrive, that from your transportation stops or from your sidewalks or from where people are being dropped off, that you think about how a person with a mobility device or someone that may not visually be able to see their direction would understand how to move about and be oriented into this pavilion. Maybe something like a tactile model for someone that's visually impaired or blind, to show them the overall layout of what the facility and all the different pavilions look like tactily. From there, maybe diagrams or information that people can read ahead of time, that they can see or understand what pictures are being provided through alternate tags on your websites. I think the printed information in large print or in Braille can also aid those visitors that are coming to your event. So think about right from the very beginning how you're going to provide access to everyone, whether you can see or whether you can hear or whether you can walk or what your cognitive abilities are. I encourage you to think about how we can incorporate everyone into this great opportunity, Expo 2020. It is about life, liberty, and the pursuit of a future. I'm a person with a disability myself. I use a manual wheelchair. I was involved in a motor vehicle accident where I broke my back, and it has always been my goal to be able to live that life, liberty, and pursuit of a future, even after I suffered such a severe injury. And around this world, people with disabilities are included in civil rights opportunities and further being incorporated into educational systems, transportation systems. Greater health care is providing more and more people with disabilities to live a longer and more productive life. So, moving us back to the pavilion. Think about how you enter the pavilion. Maybe there's a step. Make sure there's a ramp. Make sure there's handrails so that people have the support they need to access the stairs, the handrails. And once you get inside, think about how people move about the space. Is there enough room between exhibits? Am I putting temporary displays in the way for people with disabilities to be able to move through this area? Think about how maybe young people or people with disabilities might be of short stature and may not be able to see cabinets or displays that are placed up very high. So think about where maybe your tactile models could be, maybe where your audible or visual type of information can be seen from. But think about, or maybe even plan your pavilion by moving you through your environment blindfolded, or maybe borrowing a wheelchair and having that opportunity to see how a person using a mobility device might make it through your pavilion. I think of all the different things that you're going to be able to express from your country and highlight. And I'm hoping that, as the United States does, incorporate people with disabilities in all aspects of life. The integration of young people in play areas that are accessible through the recreation facilities and outdoor developed areas that the Americans with Disabilities Act is providing such great opportunities for. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to be able to encourage you to incorporate access into every part of your pavilion and make sure that everyone can come and enjoy and participate in the events and the environment that you're creating. Again, the Access Board is a resource for you, and we can help you understand the minimum requirements in the United States for how we provide accessibility to persons with disabilities. And so I encourage you to come to the Access Board's website at www.access-board.gov. And hopefully we can be a resource for you and provide this greater opportunity for everyone to come and participate at Expo 20.
Thank you to the USA for that contribution. And now let's hear from Malaysia and His Royal Highness Tunku Zain Al Abidin, who is the founding president of the Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs and My Butterfly Effect campaign brand ambassador for Malaysia at Expo 2020 Dubai.
Hello everyone, I'm delighted to be joining you at this pre-Expo event on tolerance and inclusivity from Malaysia. We should of course be in Dubai by now, but as we all know, COVID has forced us to delay our physical meetings and gatherings. It is nonetheless vital that we hold events like this to maintain our interactions, continue our exchanges of knowledge, and of course hold fast to our enthusiasm and excitement for Expo 2020 Dubai. The team leading our efforts here in Malaysia have been working really hard to keep our pavilion in the public eye, educating stakeholders about our beautiful and sustainable design, and ensuring that once the pandemic subsides, Malaysia will have something unique to offer in Dubai. Tolerance and inclusivity are the theme of today's program, and as a Malaysian, I'm blessed to live in a country where people can grow up belonging to different heritages, cultures and religions, and yet proudly call themselves citizens with a shared future ahead of us. Many of us join in the festivities of our fellow Malaysians through a unique institution called the Open House. And indeed, from long before independence, the story of tolerance and cooperation among the diverse peoples of what is today Malaysia has always been a strong part of our social fabric, a key ingredient of our political stability and economic prosperity. As a graduate of history and political science, I know it is important to learn from painful episodes of the past and to acknowledge challenges in tolerance and inclusion in contemporary times as well. Earlier this year, all across the globe, there were protests against racial injustice, abuse of power, and structural weaknesses that allow people to be disadvantaged or even killed because of the color of their skin. Every country has their own unique challenges in these matters, influenced by history, geography, and political systems. There is no doubt that the coronavirus pandemic has added to these challenges, testing the strength of bonds and the extent of goodwill that exists in societies. Thankfully, in communities all across Malaysia, I have seen how people have stepped up to help each other across ethnic and religious lines. From charities working with businesses to ensure supply chains remain active so that much needed food and medicines can reach the most vulnerable, to teachers innovating so that their students remain engaged with learning and with each other, to athletes and musicians finding amazing ways to inspire and motivate young Malaysians, and of course, to our frontline medical personnel treating everyone to the best of their ability. These are the stories that should be emphasized, and I believe most Malaysians already embrace this attitude, one that is consistent with the founding principles of the country and our Rukun Negara. Even so, as we have seen throughout history, the hard-won peace and stability that we have secured can be undone if we don't continually protect it, not just through education or civic engagement, but also through public policies that make every Malaysian feel like a true valued citizen. And I hope this is what the government and the National Unity Ministry in particular will endeavour to ensure. In line with this, our net zero carbon pavilion at Expo 2020 will consist of two segments that will embed our experience of tolerance and inclusivity. In the Energizing Business segment, we will feature trade and business programs comprising SMEs and including social entrepreneurs, women and youth in pursuit of Malaysia's Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. This is a commitment towards sustainable development, growth, and fair distribution across income, groups, ethnicities, and regions. There will be 26 weekly thematic programs based on 6 clusters, with 10 industries strategically planned to cover key sectors. We will foster collaborative efforts between government, academia, the private sector, and civil society, while building and deploying local innovation talent and digital readiness. The National Science Council is involved in this process, with an economic framework that integrates 10 technological drivers and 10 socio-economic drivers to raise the dynamic capability of the Malaysian economy. The second segment is the Energizing Harmony segment. Here we will showcase the very best of our cultural heritage through music and dance, arts and crafts, and of course our food. I can guarantee you some fantastic nasi lemak, satay and roti canai. And in addition, we will have a special Malaysia Day where even more special programs and performances will be hosted. Our goal is to make a contribution, however small, in sharing our experience of unity and diversity of existence and cooperation, of tolerance and inclusion. As the ambassador of the My Butterfly Effect campaign, I hope these efforts will inspire and motivate citizens and those in leadership positions to take action that will multiply the happiness and prosperity of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to His Royal Highness and Malaysia. Now we'll hear from another of our contributors to the Expo book, Children's Tales from Around the World. The wonderful contribution by Singapore was illustrated by two young artists, Nicole Ong Zhiyang and Liu Zhenyi. And now we're delighted to welcome Nicole, who's put her interest in digital media design to splendid use in telling the story of Kusu Island, through which we can appreciate the importance of living in harmony with one another. Nicole.
Hello, my name is Nicole Ong Ziying. I am 14 years old, and I am one of the two students from Nanyang Girls High School who illustrated Singapore's story in the book, Children's Tales from Around the World. Today, I would like to share with you the story of Kusu Island. Enjoy! Jia Xin and Wen Xin were with their grandmother in the garden, picking flowers for the house. The sisters had taken a particular liking to their grandmother's koi pond. You know, without the island, water, and animals that surround us now, Singapore as we know it would never have been. How so, Grandma? Asked Wen Xin. Let me tell you the tale of Kusu Island. The sisters ran from the koi pond to their grandmother and sat down in the middle of the grass lawn. One night, two fishermen, one Malay and the other Chinese, were lost at dark, stormy seas. The grandmother began. Just when all hope was lost, the fishermen spotted a giant kusu, or turtle, swimming towards them. Right before their very eyes, the turtle magically transformed himself into an island for the fishermen to swim towards and find refuge from the merciless waters. Grateful to the turtle for their safety, the two fishermen later returned to the island to give thanks. There, they built a Muslim keramat and a Taoist shrine, which people still visit today to show their respect and gratitude. This is an example of different faiths existing in harmony. The sisters thought that it sounded like a wonderful place. Can we go there, Grandma? Of course we can. There is an annual pilgrimage when people from all religions and walks of life go to the island to worship, the older woman continued. At the Dua Pek Kong Temple, which is dedicated to the Chinese god of prosperity, people pray for wealth, good health, calm seas, and suns. Then, they also climb the stairs to the shrines of three Malay saints to pray for wealth, good marriage, health, harmony, and fertility. What would you pray for, my girls? Jia Xin and Wen Xin returned to the koi pond and thought hard about this question. We would pray for all of those things, Grandma. We would pray to be healthy, we would pray for food to eat, and for people everywhere to be safe. We would also pray for people to live together peacefully. But there is one more thing that would be nice, they offered. We would pray for our own kusu to live in the garden here with us.
Thank you so much to Nicole, Liu, and of course to the Singapore team. Our next contributors will be Italy, beginning with Monsignor Paul Hinder, the Apostolic Vicar of Southern Arabia, who's based here in the UAE and carries a message of human fraternity and interreligious dialogue for the entire world. He's supported by Stefania Giannini, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Education, Pietro Sebastiani, Italian Ambassador to the Holy See, Alberto Meloni, Professor of History of Christianity at the University of Modena, Reggio Emilia, Marco Impagliazzo, President of the Comunità de Sant'Egidio, Professor of Contemporary History at Rome Tre University, and Khadija Tawfiq, a member of the peer mentoring program of the Italian Pavilion at Expo 2020 Dubai. Monsignor.
Peace be with you. I am Paul Hinder, the Catholic Bishop in Arabia, residing in the United Arab Emirates. Almost 2 years ago, the document about human fraternity was signed in Abu Dhabi. In the meantime, we were witnessing the Abrahamic Accord, which on diplomatic, economic, but also cultural and religious level has promoted initiatives which were unthinkable only a few years back. The interreligious dialogue continues. In fact, it has taken importance also politically. It is crucial to maintain this dynamic for the post-pandemic time. We are amidst a process that involves the whole system of relations in the Middle East, around the Mediterranean Sea and in Asia. The communities of different religious beliefs in these areas of the world play already an important role and will do so also in the future. They are called to contribute in breaking down the mental and physical walls which were built in the past and separated ethnic groups, nations, and religions. Time has come that alliances be formed by those who are ready and strong enough to address in common the challenges. That means to overcome the conflicts, to conquer the injustice and the poverty, to respect the dignity and the fundamental rights of all human beings, citizens and migrants alike. Pope Francis emphasizes the important task of the religions in the encyclical Fratelli Tutti with the following words: "The different religions, based on their respect for each human person as a creature called to be a child of God, contribute significantly to building fraternity and defending justice in society. Dialogue between the followers of different religions does not take place simply for the sake of diplomacy, consideration, or tolerance. The goal of dialogue is to establish friendship, peace, and harmony, and to share spiritual and moral values and experiences in a spirit of truth and love." End of quote. If we follow this way, not only the religions, but all the nations will take profit and have a more peaceful future.
Cultural diversity is one of the pillars of our vision of knowledge and education at UNESCO. The beauty and power of cultural diversity. Promoting education and knowledge is key to promote interfaith and intercultural dialogue, and events such as the Universal Exhibition are the ideal places to do that. UNESCO is a strong partner of Expo 2020 Dubai, and with the Commissioner's Office of Italy, participation in the Universal Exhibition will be held in Dubai. Important initiatives devoted to teachers and students from around the globe. That will be hopefully happen after the world has overcome difficult times, challenging times we are living due to the global pandemic. That's what we hope, of course. The current crisis impacted directly the education systems around the world, globe as never before in peacetime. In an unprecedented situation, we had 1.5 billion students out of the system because of the pandemic, and over 119 countries forced to transform their teaching methods and traditional classrooms in e-learning, blended learning, and virtual rooms. And moreover, this crisis has highlighted and made even more dramatic the inequalities among countries and nations. This is something that UNESCO alerted about from the very beginning of the pandemic. Well, that's a further challenge the world is facing, and we'll have to keep on working on even after the health crisis is over. UNESCO has always been a key actor of its collective effort. Last month, in a virtual room, we convened a global education meeting, extraordinary session, where 14 heads of state and governments and more than 80 ministers of education and development agreed about a common agenda for the coming months and agreed about prioritizing education in stimulus packages and recovery funds starting from the coming weeks. I think that this is a very important result. This is a very important outcome. We have to build on that. And to follow up this commitment at the highest level, we need to include tangible support to teachers, and an increasing involvement of all students in building together a new educational model, some visionary, innovative way to address this crisis, looking at the future and beyond the crisis itself. We are confident that a more educated world will also be more able to promote values which are basic values for the humanity: justice, peace, and tolerance, dignity, respect. We need these new ancient words to become once again the word of this century.
As Ambassador of Italy to the Holy See, I'm honored to extend my cordial greetings and some brief reflections on tolerance and inclusiveness. I first would like to mention the important document on human brotherhood for world peace and common coexistence, signed by Pope Francis and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmad Al-Tayeb, in February 2019. The theme of interreligious dialogue will fit also into very important events in the year to come, namely the Dubai Expo and the Italian presidency of the G20. In fact, Italy considers the interreligious dialogue as an indispensable tool to foster mutual understanding and to promote respect for diversity, thus reaffirming the crucial role of religions in order to ensure peace and mutual understanding, especially in countries and territories in deep crisis. The protection of religious communities and freedom of religion or belief represents a priority of the Italian foreign policy. There are numerous humanitarian and social support initiatives financed by the Italian cooperation in favor of religious and ethnic communities, victims of sectarian violence, particularly in the Middle East. Initiatives based on the principle of humanity and impartiality and aimed at all populations in need of assistance. Linked to the protection and promotion of freedom of religion, Italy is also at the forefront in the protection of cultural and religious heritage through an embassy network, but also through many Italian non-governmental organizations. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs often promotes conferences and thus fund organizations like the European Academy of Religions and projects like lately the La Pira Library in Palermo, already among the main collections of texts on Islam in Europe. Let me conclude by saying that in the latest Pope Francis encyclica Fratelli Tutti, all brothers, the word dialogue is mentioned 44 times. But I believe that we all must recognize that interreligious dialogue is not just a matter of churches or different religions. It in fact involves directly also non-religious institutions, the civil society, governments, states, and international organizations as well, since it concerns the primary principle of freedom for every human being.
Connecting Souls is a side event suggested and opened by the Italian pavilion to all the countries represented in the Expo of Dubai. It takes the title of the Expo, Connecting Minds, and it offers a new opening in another dimension. Connecting Souls means an effort to reflect and to cooperate in a field that has been crucial in the past decades and will be even more crucial in the future ones. Connecting Souls is an event whose aim is to discuss how interreligious dialogue is possible. In many times, interreligious dialogues can be reduced to a sort of expression of intention, the declaration of peaceful intention and motivation among religious leaders. And this is very important, but to a certain extent, it is not enough. Because religions and cultures are materials. They can be used for good purposes, or they can be used to produce discrimination, violence, hate. The dialogue is not the way to express simple intention, but a very political move in order to make of religions a material for peaceful cohabitation, as the Pact of Abraham is showing to us in this year. So Connecting Souls will be a moment in which religious leaders, but mostly scholars, people coming from international relations, can open a dialogue on dialogue and see how it is possible to go from a common expression of good intention to a common research of a way open to the future for all the human beings. It will be a moment in which the memory of the bad stories that we have in our past and the good hopes that we have for our future can be compared and discussed together.
Vi parlo dalla sala cosiddetta della pace, nella sede centrale della comunità a Roma, a Trastevere. Si chiama Sala della Pace perché qui sono stati firmati varie paci del mondo, particolarmente la più importante, la prima, quella per il Mozambico, il 4 ottobre del 1992, dopo più di 2 anni di trattative. E questa sala è rappresentata in questa sala, come vedete alle mie spalle, un grande dipinto che vuole appunto mostrare il lavoro di pace per il Mozambico, simbolicamente naturalmente. Da dove vengono queste paci di Sant'Egidio? Hanno un fondamento nella preghiera interreligiosa, negli incontri, nello spirito di Assisi voluti da San Giovanni Paolo II nell'ottobre 1986, appunto, nella città di San Francesco. Da allora la comunità di Sant'Egidio ha fatto sì che questi incontri rivivessero anno dopo anno in tante città del mondo e convergessero in queste città uomini e donne di religione, di tutte le religioni, per pregare per la pace. Perché lo spirito di Assisi significa questo: non più pregare gli uni contro gli altri tra le religioni come si è fatto per secoli, ma pregare gli uni accanto agli altri con un unico scopo, un unico obiettivo, quello di portare la pace nel mondo e il messaggio di pace che è al cuore di ogni religione. Questo è lo spirito di Assisi. E sono stato molto felice che la comunità di Sant'Egidio, io personalmente, abbia potuto partecipare al grande incontro del febbraio 2019 negli Emirati Arabi Uniti con la firma dell'importantissimo, fondamentale documento sulla fratellanza umana sottoscritto da Papa Francesco e dal grande imam di El-Azhar Al-Tayeb. È un documento importante che ci parla del bisogno della fratellanza umana e vediamo in questo tempo di coronavirus, di Covid-19, come soltanto insieme ci si può salvare da questa pandemia. Quindi quel patto, quella fratellanza è un messaggio che ha anticipato i tempi e di cui oggi tutti abbiamo fortemente bisogno. Per cui faccio tanti auguri all'Expo Italia a Dubai, vi dico tutta la nostra partecipazione e la forza che hanno oggi le religioni nel lavorare per un mondo migliore insieme.
Hello everyone, I'm Khadija Tawfiq and it's an honor for me to be speaking here as a member of the peer mentoring program for the Italian Pavilion for Expo 2020 Dubai. For a few seconds, I'd like you to imagine what the world would be like if we had all had the same background, the same culture, religion, heritage, and history. Scary, and quite frankly, boring, isn't it? Imagining something like that makes us fear losing our differences, and not just how they make us more intellectually informed individuals, but because we are more globally and culturally aware citizens and people of the world because of them. Now more than ever, we need to realize the beauty in our differences, and that is exactly what Expo represents. A worldwide platform for opportunities and for debate, dialogue, and sharing. The Italian Pavilion will be providing opportunities through initiatives like the Young G20, a simulation of the G20 summit for youngsters, which I am very proud to be a part of. Expo opens up so many doors leading to intercultural knowledge and is a prime example of the excellence we can achieve through it. And in all of this, our voice, the voice of the youth, should be present and heard. So my message here today is discover the infinite perks that the meeting of diverse cultures can lead to. And don't just learn, share as well. The world is so much more interesting when we are all different.
Thank you so much to all our contributors there on behalf of Italy. It's time now to hear our third extract from the Expo book, Children's Tales from Around the World. This time, our story comes from Botswana and will be performed by the poet and storyteller Emmanuel Buefelo, who composed this version of the famous tale for our book.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Buefelo, and I wrote the version of Botswana's story in the book Children's Tales from Across the World. I will now read the longest folk tale. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there lived a poor herdsman named Makaula. One day, he ventured out into the marketplace and saw that it was alive with whispers about a challenge decreed by none other than the king. The challenge was that any man who could recite the longest folk tale to entertain the king would be awarded the princess as his wife. Men from all walks of life came from far and wide to line up outside the king's castle and vie for the beloved princess' attention. Makaula was no exception. On foot, he traversed the vast kingdom and finally caught a glimpse of a long line of suitors wrapped around the king's castle. Makaula's arrival to the back of the line brought about hundreds of gasps and bursts of endless laughter from the men. Not a single one considered Makaula a worthy opponent, given his shabby and meager appearance. Silent to the ridicule, Makaula stood in line until it was his rightful turn. As he stepped in front of the king raised his hand to silence him. Before Makaula could begin his tale, the king waved him off. "Please, this man needs to be escorted away from my chamber," he said. "He clearly thinks my challenge is some kind of joke. He is not worthy of my daughter's attention and affection." Just as he was being dragged outside of the chamber and the king turned his back to him, Makaula raised his voice and began his folk tale. Verse upon verse, rhyme upon rhyme, Makaula stunned and entranced the king. His eyes were fastened on the humble yet masterful herdsman. While he may have appeared a poor man, his mind and heart were anything but. Pleasantly surprised and satisfied, the king named Makaula the winner of the challenge. He rightfully married the most beloved and beautiful princess in all the land, and they went on to live happily ever after. This brings us to the end of our story.
Thank you so much to Emmanuel and to the Botswana team, including the illustrator Gabone Mogwe, for such a wonderful, energetic piece of work and a valuable lesson too. Now we're going to take a short break before we resume our program at 1:05 p.m. UAE time. See you then. Welcome back to our pre-Expo Tolerance and Inclusivity Week. Now we'll hear from one of our valued partners, Jacobs, which you will remember is a global professional services firm with offices in more than 40 cities worldwide. To discuss the company's inclusivity and diversity program, Together Beyond, is the Vice President and Global Director of Together Beyond, Jeff Dingle.
Greetings all. I'm very honored to be here to speak with you today. My name is Jeffrey Dingle and I lead our Jacobs Inclusion and Diversity Strategy. At our firm, we call that strategy Together Beyond. And for us, Together Beyond is our approach to living inclusion every day and enabling diversity and equality globally. For us, this means creating a culture of belonging where we all thrive and embrace all perspectives. I love the question posed within this expo. How can we foster a greater common understanding for more tolerant and inclusive societies? I believe that once we get this right, we'll truly change the world sustainably for the better. I'm excited to be here to talk to you around that theme today. I happen to be a structural engineer. I'm in my 35th year of my wonderful career that I've been blessed to have. I'm also a Black man, and I've spent my career within the US and also working abroad. I can tell you that I've seen many things improve as far as society's level of tolerance and inclusion. However, I can also tell you that I've seen many things have remained the same. The same as when I entered my career almost 35 years ago, and that's just not right. However, I've never been more proud of any firm I've worked for than I have been for the past 5 years here at Jacobs. And I'm proud of the bold actions we've taken within our firm to create a better world, just like many of you have, I'm sure. I've watched our inclusive leadership model evolve over the past 5 years as we've accelerated the development and execution of a more deliberate inclusion and diversity strategy within the firm. We've always maintained a keen focus on being impactful in positive ways outside of just delivering direct solutions to our clients' challenges. However, our mindsets have really evolved to be more aggressive about providing social value, equity, and workforce development as part of the services that we provide for our clients. But we've also taken our responsibility as global citizens within the firm to stand up for what's right and to be impactful for positive social change. For us, this means we have to develop and then empower great leaders at our firm to actually redefine what great leadership looks like. Our definition of a great leader is one that knows how to develop and lead powerful teams, utilizing the principles of inclusive leadership so that our teams are diverse and our solutions driven by diversity of thought. That's what this is all about. In order to develop such leaders and truly change our culture to be more inclusive, we now center our inclusion and diversity strategy around 4 strategic pillars. If you could bring up the slide now. Thank you very much. Our 4 pillars of our Together Beyond strategic pillars are culture building and engagement, leadership commitment and accountability, developing our talent, and growing our business. The slide there shows the 3 strategies across the top. I'll address the black boxes below them in a moment, but let me summarize what is our overall inclusion and diversity strategy. Culture building and engagement is really about a mix of specific trainings and events that drive the importance of our inclusive culture at Jacobs. We have 8 employee networks within the firm that represent various cultures and identities throughout our employee population. They drive our culture change in many different ways as they execute their programs throughout the year in partnership with Together Beyond, as well as joint events between all of our employee networks working together throughout the year. Leadership commitment and accountability is first of all driven down from our CEO and chair and our executive leadership team. That accountability cascades through our organization. However, that commitment manifests in key ways, such as the requirement of all of our VPs and above to mentor developing staff members, as well as having specific inclusion and diversity culture measurements within their personal annual performance evaluations, which are of course tied to their compensation. Developing our talent is not just about professional development and training. It's about ensuring inclusion in our succession planning and diverse interview panels for processes to fill vacancies within our organization. And growing our business is not just about taking market share. It's about healthy partnerships with small and diverse businesses within the communities in which we serve. It's also about workforce development and providing community enhancements through equity and workforce development. That's a general summary of our global inclusion and diversity strategy for all of our people. I'd like now to turn my attention towards our action plan for advancing justice and equality. And the 3 priorities within that action plan are shown on the slide aligned within our 4 strategic pillars of our Together Beyond strategy. Back in June and July, I'm sure all of you will remember, and in the aftermath of various forms of injustice and atrocities we saw inflicted upon Black Americans, a great awakening occurred within our firm at Jacobs, within our employee population. There was also a tremendous diverse public outcry. During that time, a small group of Jacobs employees developed the elements of what became our Jacobs Action Plan for advancing justice and equality. That strategy originated within the U.S. operation and now sits within our global I&D strategy with a specific focus on our Black employees and the impact on the Black community around us. We are also adapting our action plan globally to address the needs of underrepresented minorities in our operations across the globe in our offices. The 3 priorities of this action plan are: 1, amplify a culture of belonging. This is a specific focus within our firm as to what is really going on in the Black communities and courageous conversations to help everyone understand the perspectives of our Black employees and their experiences. It also calls for specific training and external speakers for our senior leadership meetings around the topic of justice and equality. Priority 2 is all about recruiting and advancing Black employees within our firm. This entails specific training programs targeted towards our emerging Black talent, but also about specific mentoring opportunities and sponsorship to make sure that Black talent is allowed full and fair access to advancement within the firm. And our priority 3 of the action plan is focused on impacting the broader society. This involves enhanced teaming and mentor-protege focused on small firms that we work with. But the even more exciting part of this priority is around Jacobs dedicating $10 billion over the next 5 years of charitable contributions to organizations that promote STEM and STEAM education opportunities to make sure that we increase the pipeline of Black talent into our industries. Again, this is the US-centric action plan as developed by that small group of people. However, my team is now adapting the action plan globally to address the needs of underrepresented minorities in all of our offices and communities. Through our Together Beyond I&D strategy and our action plan for advancing justice and equality, we intend to do our part as members of this global family to improve our world. I consider myself very blessed to lead this element of the company's growth strategy. It allows me to serve in a higher purpose, to lead our firm to make a lasting impact for a more tolerant and inclusive society. I'm also very proud to serve within that purpose with all of you here today. Thank you for the honor of speaking with you. It's my prayer that we remain safe and healthy as we work our way through this global pandemic so that we can all attend events like this again in person on the other side of this. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day in the conference.
Thank you so much to Jeff and to the team at Jacobs. We'll take another short break now and resume at 1:30 p.m. UAE time. See you then. Welcome back to our pre-Expo Tolerance and Inclusivity Week. It's my pleasure now to introduce a panel session with the title Accessibility Spotlight, the Value of Difference. To explore what this means, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Jennifer Kamuli, who is the manager for People with Accessible Needs, Expo 2020 Dubai. Dr. Jennifer.
Panelists, this is an exciting opportunity to have this discussion on tolerance and inclusivity, something each of you know personally and professionally in your lives. Rather than doing the usual introductions of panelists at Caroline's recommendation, let's do an audio description to introduce ourselves to viewers who may have visual impairments. Caroline, would you like to begin?
Yes. First of all, good morning from Ireland. I'm Caroline Casey. I'm the founder of the Valuable 500, which I'll speak a little bit about later. The reason I'm asking for audio description is because I myself am registered blind, though a lot of people don't understand that because I don't look that way. But to describe to you what I look like is I have ocular albinism. I have very, very pale white skin. I have blonde hair, a pair of black round glasses, which make me look like a character from The Incredibles. And I'm sitting beside my washing machine in Dublin, Ireland, with a very pale wall behind me and a very bright shirt for happiness.
Thank you. Michal.
Hi, and hi all the way from Israel. And I'm also very, very excited to be here. I'm Michal Rimon. I'm the CEO of Access Israel. And I'm with long brown hair, black shirt, not as colorful as Caroline, but wearing the same big smile and very, very excited to be here. White background and looking forward to this session.
Welcome. Nick.
Good afternoon. So I'm actually calling in from Dubai. And today my name is Nick Watson. I run a non-profit foundation called Team Angel Wolf. And you're probably thinking about Team Angel Wolf. So I'm wearing a hat and that cap has got some wings on and a wolf. And that represents our non-profit organization. Other than that, everything is black and white, but a big smile.
Thank you. Mohammed.
Hi all, my name is Mohammed Al-Aidarous. I'm from United Arab Emirates and I wear UAE national dress and I always smile and happy and looking forward for this amazing opportunity and good luck to you all.
Thank you, Mohammed. And I'm Jennifer Kamuli. I'll be moderating this panel, and I'm a very tall Canadian woman with almost white hair, black rimmed glasses, pale skin, and a bright fuchsia Chinese top with some black and other patterns on it. Before we begin into the discussions that each of you can share some very rich perspectives and experiences, I'd just like to share with you, as well as our viewers, the aspects of Expo 2020 that will reach out to be fully accessible and inclusive for people of determination. Here in the United Arab Emirates, the term people of determination was officially adopted 3 years ago by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum to reflect more of the social model of empowering people with disabilities or other impairments. So you'll hear me referencing that often in our discussion. Here at Expo, I've taken a four domain perspective on approaching accessibility and inclusion. That four domains include the built environment, the digital environment, the social environment, and the sensory environment. So our site is built to two standards or codes of universal design. The reason for that is because the Dubai Universal Design Code was only issued in 2017, and our site was already underway being built using the Americans with Disabilities Accessibility Guidelines. We have a number of features at Expo that will be new for a World Expo as well as the region. Things like changing places toilets we will have on site. We will have service dog relief areas, and service dogs are not known in the Middle East, but visitors who have service dogs are most welcome. We will have tactile maps and 3D models and Braille, and we will have audio guides and captions. We will have an accessible website, quiet rooms and sensory equipment for those with sensory sensitivities, along with staff training, and information about the journeys through some of our thematic pavilions that give conditions of entry so that visitors can prepare in advance and know that how to enjoy the journey without being overwhelmed by some of the elements that are provided within. So we look forward to sharing more about the elements of accessibility with Expo as that's developed, and those announcements will come in the coming months to you. Right now, I would like to begin with a video from Team Angel Wolf before we begin our discussion with you, Nick. So we'll just cue that video. Of course, I'm familiar with Team Angel Wolf, and anytime I see those videos, there's a dual emotion of joy and tenderness to experience that. So, Caroline, that was a video showing Nick with a young person involved in triathlons, so swimming here in the waters in the UAE, biking while he's pulling this person of determination in a kayak, biking with a specialized device in front of the bike, and then running, and not just running on pavement, but also through the desert and having a team of people. Nick, can you tell us who's the person of determination? How did this come about? And what is Team Angel Wolf all about?
Yeah, well, look, that person is obviously a very special person in my world, and that's my son, Rio. Rio is now 17. His life, or I wouldn't say our life, changed when he was actually 6 months old and he had his first seizure. And then from that day on, we kind of realized life was going to be very different. It took us about 4.5 years to find his diagnosed. Rio has a very rare chromosome disorder. So on chromosome 1, he has a minuscule part that's deleted. So it's called 1q44 deletion. And that leads to loads of difficulties for Rio, which include seizures, balance, stability, non-verbal, still in nappies. So our life very much changed from those days onwards. It took us 4.5 years to find his diagnosed. And then from there onwards, we kind of realized having a child with disabilities or determination was definitely going to be a challenge for us as a family. And we found basically about 6 years ago, through a chance, my sport was triathlon. So I've always swam, biked and run from an early age. And I just thought one day, maybe what would be the possibility if I included Rio? So obviously not only for me as a father, but would he enjoy that? And since then, we've done over 300 races. We've covered about 8,000 kilometers of swimming, cycling, and running. So just to put that in perspective, it's the equivalent distance from Dubai to Tokyo. And every time we go out, he smiles, he's happy. I think what's really important to us as a family is Rio's being included into the community, and it's just so lovely. You saw the photo there, a quick glimpse of a run that we did last year, and His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, part of Dubai Run, automatically will always come over and see Rio. But not only does he say hello to Rio first, it's just the whole acknowledgement of who we are and what we're trying to represent here in Dubai. And for us, yeah, it's been a real journey, and our goal is all about inclusion. We want to make sure, having a child with determination, that everyone is included into the community. And we always feel that sport is just a lovely way to break down barriers. And that's our goal, is to get more people with determination or disabilities involved with being active, and how the community can embrace that. So yeah, that's a little summary of Team Angel Wolf.
Could you give us some description of how other people of determination have come to be involved with Team Angel Wolf? And also, you've coined the phrase inclusive impactivity. Could you let us know more about that?
Yeah, look, we've done loads of initiatives, and a lot of these were due prior to COVID. So obviously restrictions now with numbers and activities. But there's one example. We have 5 floating wheelchairs, which is just magical. We've teamed up with one of the hotels here in Dubai. And because we've created a story over the years, what I traditionally do is I go out to schools, go out to companies, and we tell our story. So what we then do is ask the children amongst the school to come down and obviously assist with generally 5 to 10 other children with determination. And for me, putting people in a position where now they have to help someone out of a wheelchair into a floating wheelchair. We go and play on the beach. And I have to admit, a lot of the students at the beginning are kind of a bit apprehensive. They're like, I've never actually met someone with disabilities before. But an hour later, they're best friends, there's high fives. And for me, the word disability is just gone. So yeah, they're one of the activities. Then I've got 5 running chairs. So we do events and running activities where we include, again, anyone to come along, push. So for me, hands-on is about inclusion. So that's kind of been our goal for many years now. And that's really what we try to do. And we came up with this kind of hashtag inclusive impactivity, because inclusion is such an important word, especially today, living in a world that we do, and that we can include everyone within the community and all be, unified as one. And impactivity, I think we all need to get out there and make an impact on this planet. And that's really what we hope that Team Angel Wolf is doing, hence the hashtag.
Yeah, well, social impact, it certainly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals. So seems like you've captured all of that in the essence of what Team Angel Wolf is all about. Yeah. Mohammed, would you like to share with us your role when you were at Zayed University on one of the youth councils, and how you helped to foster tolerance and inclusion among the students there?
So I was president of Happiness and Positivity Tolerance Youth Council at Zayed University. So I did a lot of initiatives there. I encourage students to think positively. As you know, student life is at the university is different. So you face sometimes challenges. You ask yourself when you will graduate, and you become under pressure. So after we make this council, we put the student in our priority. So we make a lot of initiatives relating to positivity, happiness, and tolerance. Me myself, I understand more about these meaningful values, and today I'm happy and tolerant also. So yeah.
Could you describe to us that there's a government program that helps to foster relationships between people of determination and other people in the community? How does that work, and how does it, as a person of determination, how does that make you feel?
So recently I've joined the platform called Rabi, which is Friends. It's under Ma'an Abu Dhabi. This platform means is to find a body for people of determination. So a body from the community to make a better impact for people of determination life. So I have recently a friend now since maybe 2-3 months. So I went with him to the coffee, to the mall, to the public places. So I imagine when the community, for sure, inshallah, they become the people who make impact for people of determination after a few years. So I imagine if I go to mall, I see every single people of determination have a friend from the community, and really it will change their life. They will gonna be more individual, and they will gonna be more confident for themselves.
How do you think it changes the lives of other people in the community who are not people of determination?
So one of the challenges that people of determination today face is to find someone who understands them. So these kind of initiatives or platform, if you are a person from the community and you decide to make an impact for people of determination, first of all, they will gonna do an interview for you. So after that, they will gonna try to merge the people of determination skills to the person who want to make an impact. So I imagine this how to make an impact by change the people mindset. So after let's say after 3, 4, 5 years, imagine as I said before, people of determination have a lot of friends from the community. So then the society and the community, their mindset about people with disability will change. So we need to give people of determination a chance, and we need to really understand them and sit with them, and they are really beautiful. Not because I'm a person of determination, but I really knows that. I study 9 years from grade 1 to grade 9 with Zayed higher organization. So I know them. They are really very beautiful. And anyone who have a person with disability, they are so lucky. This is a gift from God.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Mohammed, tell us about your journey when you first started some training with Expo 2020, and then that turned into a full-time role for you.
So I didn't imagine one day that I'm gonna be part of Expo 2020. So I really believe, because I faces many challenges in my life, and I turn these challenges to opportunities. So I spent rest of my life volunteering. Then I heard about Expo 2020 volunteering program. Then Ministry of Community Development called me and tell me if you would like to be employee at Expo 2020. After that, I move on to a 3-month training program, especially for people of determination. And eventually today I am working as Associate Sustainability Pavilion at Expo 2020 Dubai. So I'm very glad that I work in such amazing project and about inclusive at work. So one of the most important things that person with determination focus on, which is about if the workplace is inclusive or not. So really, Expo 2020 is exceptional for me. And it's a place that I give the best and all my skills to serve my country and to serve Expo. So the workplace is inclusive, and in the Expo, they did a lot of training for the employees to know how they work with people of determination. So the workplace is a memorable. So I tell myself, enjoy the moment and keep smiling. And really, thank you to all of employees who support me until today. And I am glad, inshallah, we will gonna welcome the world for an exceptional event that also welcome people of determination.
Yes, it's something definitely to look forward to. I agree again. So Caroline, could you tell us, Mohammed's describing the opportunity that he's had with Expo 2020, and we have other colleagues who are people of determination as well. It's just getting that chance, right? And so what do organizations need to overcome to give that chance, and what does the Valuable 500 focus on?
Well, I'm going to, first, I have to start by saying it's such a lovely panel to be part of this morning. Thank you. And actually listening to both Nick and Mohammed speak, but you, Jennifer, in opening up and speaking about the vision and the ambition for Expo 2020 to be inclusive of all. And you said a few things. You said there's a few first-time things that are going to happen here. These innovations. And I'm listening to that and I'm thinking, this is brilliant. But you know what I hear more than anything? We have the solutions, but it's about human hearts and intentionality and collaboration. We can make all of our business environments and our societies inclusive. It's about intention, about remembering that we're human beings. And so when I think about the Valuable 500, when I was listening to you opening, actually, you guys have captured the reason why I personally launched the Valuable 500, but it's also the reason for its success to date. The reason we launched it is there is a disability inequality crisis in the world, and it's too large for governments on their own or charities to resolve. There are 1.3 billion people who have disability in the world right now, we think. But with a mother and a father like Nick, that's 54% of our global population. And the level of exclusion is huge. So we need the most powerful force on our planet, which is business, right? And how can we create inclusive business? Well, it's through inclusive leadership. Look what you're doing in Expo 2020. You're taking a leadership position and you're using that leadership to influence change. The Valuable 500 was set up to ensure that disability was equally integrated and included into business, not left on the sidelines, but equally included. And that is not just about employment, but as customers and suppliers, about innovation and insight, to which Mohammed's just spoken to. And if you think about what Expo 2020 is doing, you're not only making this inclusive for people with disabilities and their families, but an easier and more fulfilling exhibition for everyone. So what we wanted to do when we have the word of collaboration is create a critical mass, getting 500 of the world's most influential leaders, CEOs and their brands to commit to joining and creating a community, a global community, that we would elevate the conversation to disability level, we would make commitment to action and communicate that action in the world and create what is now the fastest growing CEO community in the world. And that is on any issue. And I am so proud to say we have 3 organizations that you may know of, Al Baraka Banking, Zain Group, and Gulf International Bank from the UAE. This is a global community that represents now more than 12 million employees, 4.5 trillion in revenue, 31 countries and 56 sectors. And the whole power of this, it's a collective group, a community where we can learn together. Because what we're saying is there is a huge opportunity for business and business leadership that is not just good for society and humanity, but for business. This market is worth 8 trillion globally. The insights to which you are speaking to are huge. People forget the remote control was designed for people like me who are visually impaired, and we all use it. We are saying as we grow through this pandemic, through this breakdown, there is a breakthrough for full human inclusion, which has a triple bottom line for everyone, for society, for humanity and people with disabilities, and for business. So yeah, I'm both heart touched to be here and head touched to be here, because that to me is what you have demonstrated in the introduction to Expo. It's you're using the business mind and our human hearts.
Yeah, it's the right combination, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely essential. And I think for anything that we do, we need to have win-win. So I just want to, I think what you're doing in Expo 2020, I'm just so, I wish we could see this more systemically throughout the world. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What would you say are the myths or the fears or the barriers that corporations pose before they even begin on this journey? And maybe those are the reasons they put forth as to why they haven't embarked on a full commitment to accessibility and inclusion.
Okay, well, it's a really great question. The very first thing that we've come across is organizations' fear of not doing enough. And the fear of not doing enough means they don't want to speak of what they are doing. And we have a lot of companies, Mikkel will talk to this, there are a lot of companies who are doing good work, but they're frightened about how they would be commented on by not doing enough. And so that's why the Valuable 500 has become such an important community, because it's a safe place to share best practice and multiply our impact, to Nick's point, together. The second issue is, look, honestly, I say this, and I hope this is taken the right way. People are frightened of what we don't know. I launched the Valuable 500 at the death of my father very unexpectedly, and my heart broke. And grief is a very, very powerful emotion to which we channeled to launch this extraordinary global ambition. But I noticed that people responded to my grief in the same way they do with disability. It's they're frightened of not knowing what to do or to cause offense. And I think that's something that we need to really change, is that we need to allow people to make mistakes so that we can learn together. We have no right to judge somebody else or to cancel each other out. We have to believe that people are intentionally good and make the space for them to learn. And very lastly, I honestly can tell you within the business community, and it depends on what culture you come from in the world and the maturity level of disability within the country, but I think there's so many competing agendas that companies have said, well, this year we're focusing on gender, or next year we're focusing on something else. And my encouragement is we are not labels. We are lots of different things. And now we need to look at the intersectionality of us and stop putting pressure on businesses just to tick box or to have targets that do not reflect fully the human. I am Caroline, I'm a woman, and I am also visually impaired. I'm also a great dancer. So we're many of than one thing. So yeah, that's what I think the three for me.
Yeah, thank you. That's the value of difference, isn't it? This is what the whole discussion is about, and that tolerance, this fear of those who are different for whatever reason.
And getting it wrong, Jennifer, fear of getting it wrong. Fear of getting it wrong.
Fear of getting it wrong.
The biggest thing is people are so frightened to cause offense and get it wrong. And what I keep saying is, it's okay not to know, but it's not okay not to do something. So that's,
yeah, it's sort of the analysis paralysis, right? They start to think about it and become so afraid that they do nothing, which is worse than doing something and not getting it wholly right. Michal, I would like to come to you in a moment, because this is going to open up some questions about what Access Israel does. I just want to take a break to have a look at the video here from Stephen Mifsud, who's the director and founder of Direct Access in the UK. He's got a message from the deaf perspective for us.
Marhaba. The pandemic in 2020 had created some significant challenges for deaf and hard of hearing people. Many people don't feel confident about communicating with deaf people. This had been made worse by wearing masks during the pandemic. Deaf people, like myself, become isolated because we feel we have not been adequately understood or acknowledged in a social situation. This can lead to depression and anxiety. During the pandemic, not all government briefings have had sign language interpreters, or there is a delay, lag in the caption due to the programme being live. 80% of parents in the UK actually report that their child struggles to access local activities because of their deafness. Isolation and loneliness are common among the UK's 50,000 deaf children, with their happiness and mental health and communication skills suffering as a result. This year, there has been a huge innovative drive, such as the Clear Mark, which allows people to lip read the word. This is critical because body language and expressions are everything. One of the wonderful things that the pandemic has brought me personally, apart from stronger communities, is that for years I have been asked to telephone people, which is something I've never been able to do. This pandemic had actually meant video calls such as Google Meet and Zoom have become more socially acceptable. So I have actually been able to talk to people directly in a way that I would not have been able to have done so before. The pandemic has driven for innovative, accessible solutions, such as caption within the video calling application. Having undertaken international work in Dubai, I really admire DUA, the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, and seeing how implementing accessibility can deliver real benefit, not just for deaf people, but for staff as well. Their awareness increasing. Expo 2020 had a great opportunity to take the positive from the pandemic to create a further inclusive event. For one, not just creating a physically accessible environment, but ensuring all of the content, curation and participation is inclusive. This is something that may not have been possible without the innovative drive of 2020. If we can achieve this and others follow, for me, that is an inclusive legacy. Thank you.
Another powerful statement from a person of determination with unique access needs, and certainly a mentor to myself. Michal, as you heard Stephen in his video, this pandemic has brought about opportunities and technology advancements that are bringing more accessibility features to the fore and changing the way the work environment and the social environment is occurring. What are you noticing on that front, and how can we further benefit this for people of determination?
Okay, first of all, I have to also take a moment and share with you my excitement and appreciation of being here with all of you with this amazing panel to promote this globally relevant topic. And I also have to add that I'm sharing with you that outside my door, there's a big sign saying, "Do not disturb, I'm in Dubai." And as an optimistic Israeli, this is the proof I need to show that yes, we can. We can create a change, we can touch, we can connect. And I have no doubt that panels like this and events that are putting inclusiveness and accessibility and tolerance on the table are what going to make a change and make a real difference globally. And just like COVID-19, we saw that it's borderless. Everybody gets it. It's all over the world, and all of a sudden we understand that also disability is something that is borderless. I think that one of the things that Caroline, I think I'm quoting you on this, is that for many years. We have been hearing all over the world, we can't, it's not possible. And all of a sudden, when everybody now has to work from home, when everybody now has to, communicate and connect through technological means, all of a sudden things are possible. Now, something that is very important to remember is accessibility is finding the balance between the needs of various disabilities. I always say that a blind person would love it if from the entrance to his house to anywhere he goes, there's just like, Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz, there'll be like a yellow trail that he knows that in that trail, there's no obstacles. He doesn't need a guide dog. He doesn't need a cane. He just walks, feels the tactile things on the floor, and he knows that he's safe. But while walking that accessible trail, if somebody in a wheelchair, if somebody with crutches will come along, that same accessibility solution will be an obstacle for somebody else. So it's finding the balance. And on that note, I always present myself as the proud CEO of Access Israel. And I am very proud of the projects and the achievements that Access Israel has achieved over the years. But most of all, I'm proud of the people that are part of Access Israel. I must say, again, continuing what Caroline said, I'm very proud to have more than 50% of my employees, people with all types of disability. And I can tell you as a CEO, it is such an honor, and I feel really lucky to lead such a diverse environment, teaching me new things every day, teaching me the balance, finding the balance every single day, looking at the person, the needs of the person, listening, not deciding what is best, listening to what the need is and finding the right solution so everybody can be part. A little bit about Access Israel. We were established 21 years ago by Yuval Wagner. Yuval is a son of a father who uses a wheelchair. And Yuval testifies that his childhood was basically carrying his father up and down obstacles. That was the reality. Israel was not accessible, not physically, not services, nothing, no legislation. Here and there's somebody who had a child, who had a father, who had somebody that they were more sensitive to the issue. So maybe they made their little island accessible, but accessibility is a sequence. If you don't have accessibility all the way, it doesn't help that there's one building or one office or one shop that is accessible. When Yuval grew older, he himself became paralyzed from the neck down, and he experienced accessibility firsthand. If you get to know Yuval, you get to know a person that chose life and lives life to the fullest, got married, 3 kids, and he says that when he saw that his kids are about to experience the same fate that he had, being singled out, being, pitied, having to carry up and down obstacles, that's when he said, I have to make a change. What he did is what we were all taught in school, make a change, write a letter. A letter will help. So he wrote a letter. He wrote a letter to the highest authority in Israel, to the president of Israel, Ezer Weizmann. I can tell you that when he sent the letter, he didn't really expect a call back, but he did get it. 2 days later, he got a call from the president of Israel saying, first of all, I apologize on behalf of Israel for not doing enough, for not making sure that Israel is accessible and inclusive. The second thing he said is stop complaining, start doing. Establish an NGO and make a difference. The president is behind you. And he didn't stop at that. He gave a timetable. He said, in 6 months, we're going to launch the NGO in the presidential residence in Jerusalem. And that's how we started. We started basically, in an Israel that is not accessible. There were no laws. We started with physical accessibility. And I can tell you that that is a challenge, physical accessibility. I don't need to tell you, it's all the time fixing retroactively things that were not designed right from the first place. But soon we understood that physical accessibility is not enough. It's not enough to get into a building. You have to make sure it's inclusive, and that you have to make sure. I think that the main thing, and when we're talking COVID-19, coronavirus, I think that is a great tip. The human factor has a very big role in making sure that things are accessible even when things go wrong. Because once you raise awareness, once you give the tools and the sensitivity for the people, whether it's children, whether it's service providers, whether it's the general public, all of a sudden, people are more sensitive and people can really make a difference in the way that they interact and include other people. I can tell you, if Jennifer, last point here, before you ask any more questions, the uniqueness in Israel, and this is again something that we are very proud of, is that in Israel, every service provider, by law, has to go through accessible training on accessible service every single year. That's every service provider, whether it's the public service, private sector. You give service to the general public, you have to make sure your service is accessible. I can't tell you that everybody is doing it, but the law is there. It's the beginning. And a lot of businesses and places in Israel have undergone it. And even one thing that is more special is that the law adopted basically something that Access Israel has been doing for years. And that is not just talking the talk, but walking the walk, making sure that we do it experiential, really putting people in the wheelchair, closing their eyes, making them basically challenge with whatever people with disabilities are faced with, and then understanding better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow, that's impressive legislation that's there, and I'm sure that the fruits will soon be harvested from those efforts. I would like to ask each of you a question about authentic inclusion versus token inclusion. And, you each bring different perspectives. So Nick, you're coming from a sporting background, you're coming from getting people involved in athletics, and people that, want to get involved once in a while to kind of help out. It's their own personal CSR, corporate social responsibility initiative. How do we transfer that into something, with longevity, to lifetime commitment, to becoming the norm of commitment?
Look, I think it's a fantastic question. I think for us, it's allowing people to feel comfortable and allowing people to, have experiences on a regular basis. So for us, Rio came into our life 17 years ago. So, we've been in Dubai for 22 years. So we've kind of experienced Rio growing up, and we've realized that, as people have got to know Rio over time, he becomes accepted, and, when we do races, people will always come over and say hello to Rio before me. And I think it's just by participating, being seen, allowing people, that have a child, for example, with disability, it's fine to take them out for a walk. Don't be, like Caroline said, fearful of, how you may be looked upon. And, we've got to kind of override those barriers. And I think inclusion means that also that the community just needs to embrace everyone that has a child with disabilities. And it stems from a family as well. So, there's lots of gradual change that needs to be taken on board. I think we all live from different cultures and different environments where it is very challenging to even do the fundamentals of taking your child out in a wheelchair into the community. So I think people need to feel comfortable, and I think those environments need to be easy and accessible. Even for us over the years, Rio is 17 now. Just imagine mum changing his nappy in different environments, be it a shopping mall, be it in a hotel, be it wherever. So I think when we start looking at how things can become more accessible, I think that communication needs to start with the parents, and I know obviously Expo is leading all these elements. So I think for us to make longevity is to make the families feel comfortable, the community to understand that, someone with disability should be included. I think it takes time, especially in obviously different environments. But for us, maybe it's just me. I'm just a dad. I love my boy. I just want to get him out. I want to make sure that he's included into the community and people embrace him. But they embrace us as a family. And for me, that's fantastic. So, I take a big leap of faith every time we do an activity with Rio. And, it's starting to show its value of who we are and what we do. But yeah, it takes time. It takes time. But I think everyone, little steps at a time.
Last week, the world saw the first person with Down syndrome complete Ironman triathlon. You have aspiration to take Rio and complete a full Ironman with him as well. How do you think that will be received by the athletes and the spectators of such a global sporting event?
Again, it's awareness. What Chris did last week as the first person with Down syndrome to complete an Ironman in Florida, is just beautiful. And that story, if you read all the messages on social media, it's just happiness. And we go back to Mohammed mentioning about people being happy and his role within the community. I've never, for how many years we've been doing this, how that story's been embraced, and it's just fantastic. So, that's our goal, and to tell you the little story is, I was in Kona, Hawaii, the World Championships in 2002. And my wife, Delphine, was pregnant with Rio. And as I crossed the finish line as a solo race, I remember turning around to Delphine and saying, one day I want to come back with my son and daughter, and never knowing how the story would unfold. So, we've been down a journey, and for us, it's allowing people to understand who we are, what we do, but most importantly, make sure that everyone's included in everything that we do. So, I want to cross that line with Rio. But also, you mentioned about telling stories. Is my daughter, Little Wolf Tia, she's 14, turned 14 at the weekend. She races with her brother. And it's a very powerful story as well. So, look, we all have goals, we all have objectives. And, I think most importantly, for me as a father, I think everything that you all want in life is your kids to be happy. And that is the reality. Every time I take my boy out, he smiles from every time we get in the kayak to the bike to the run. I think there's a very powerful message there.
Yeah, and congratulations to both you and Tia. You're both world record holders involving Rio with record distance swims of pulling Rio in a kayak for, I think, 5 and 10 kilometers. And Tia, to already be a Guinness World Record holder is remarkable at her age as well. And that it's for inclusive sporting with her brother is that much more meaningful. Yeah. Caroline, as we look at this from more of the corporate perspective, I know that many organizations consider putting quotas on hiring minority groups and of course, people with disabilities. And there's, people are on different sides of the fence on this issue. How does the Valuable 500 approach this as it brings disability to the table with corporations to make that commitment?
Well, firstly, I'm going to give you two very startling statistics. As we launched the Valuable 500, we discovered that 54% of our global leadership boards had never had a conversation about disability. And that's despite the fact that every single one of us at some point in our life is going to be touched by disability, right? Every one of us. Disability does not discriminate. And you don't know when it happens because 80% of disability is acquired between the ages of 18 and 64, and 80% is invisible. The other startling statistic is 7% of our leaders have a lived experience of disability, but 4 out of 5 of them are hiding it. I hid my disability. I discovered by accident that I had my condition at 17 because my parents brought me up as a sighted child. I hid it for 11 years. I was a management consultant with Accenture, and I came out of the disability closet when I was 28 years old. And the reason I was there was because I was frightened that if you knew that I didn't see very well, that you wouldn't want me in your business. That was 20 years ago. Now, 4 out of 5 of our leaders who have a lived experience of disability are still hiding it. To your question about quotas. Well, the very first thing that I would encourage any business to do is, confidentially or otherwise, they are employing more people with disabilities than they ever realized. It is most likely that is probably 11 to 12% of their current employee base. Disability turns up in lots of different ways, and not all of it's visible. And lots of people like me hide things, okay? How do I feel about quotas? I'm more inclined to encourage leaders, exactly as Nick has said, like what Nick is doing with sports, we want to do with business. Inclusive sport leaders will create inclusive sport systems. Inclusive business leaders will create inclusive business systems. Inclusive Expo leaders will create inclusive experiences. Inclusive policy leaders will create inclusive politics. So what I really encourage before we jump down the road of the stick of quotas, because I'm not sure that's sustainable, or I'm not sure the intention will grow and scale change, where I think it's combining targets, but the real intention of understanding why. And just before I finish this comment, because I'm mindful of time, is I really think that the Expo has something, you're in this magnificent position right now to lead this region and this part of the world, to lead a new way of creating fully human inclusive experiences. That is what we need to be doing, is convening and collaborating. That to me is more powerful because business will see that and adopt that into their business. There is no point as putting targets on business about employing people with disabilities if they do not link it to the value of the insight and the innovation and the consumer experience and the culture carrying. So I just think, for me, it can't all be about quotas. It can't be just about sticks, but about taking a way to find and innovate and learn together. And I want to end with saying, and any other organizations from this area of leadership in the UAE, we would love to have you join our community, because the next stage of the Valuable 500 is about how do we together transform our business systems around culture and leadership and brand. How do we do that so it won't just be about quotas?
Such a powerful statement. Thank you. It's exactly that. The collaboration that's required, the learning from one another, the taking the journey, and you know, bit by bit increasing what we have, but also just seeing the value that's there, the value of difference, right? It's exactly what we want. What concluding remarks would any of you offer to anyone who's been afraid, who's had fear of the difference, of not knowing what to say? How would you invite them to cross the bridge and close the gap? Mohammed?
I would love to
Yeah,
answer that with your permission.
It's basically a message that I would like to share for people of determination and their family. Take the challenge, take the next step. All of us, we have comfort zone, but go out from that comfort zone and take that challenge. I don't tell you everyone he will gonna or she will live a positive life. No, we have challenges every day, but the things why we let these challenges control our life. So take the challenge and turn it to opportunity, and really believe in people of determination. Listen to them and don't judge them. Don't judge them from outside, and give them a beautiful smile, because the smile is the secret.
Indeed, a smile goes a long way and is something that cannot be bought, but is invaluable. Thank you for that insight, Mohammed. Nick, any last thoughts on this?
Mine has to be about telling stories. Every one of us has a story to tell, and I think it connects with people. Caroline's mentioned her story about her challenges, and you know, I tell my story on a daily basis. Mohammed does. We all do. Dr. Jennifer, I know you for a long time. I know your story, and I think people connect with people's stories. Let me just come back on. Am I back on? There we go. Apologize. People connect with people's stories, and the more we get to know people, you know, we spend all day in coffee shops or whatever, and you know, telling people what we do. But stories make, you know, from the heart. People want to know the truth, the honesty, the integrity, the transparency of each one of us. So I'm a big one for telling stories, and I love to know what everyone else does. You know, I'll give you a prime example. We go and race, and you know, we're generally at the back of the race racing with Rio, and I'm intrigued why people get up, do their run, do their open water swim, and there's a reason behind that. And I think we all need to go out and tell our stories, because we can inspire others and obviously make a more inclusive world.
Absolutely, indeed. And I've heard your why in many of those stories, so thank you for sharing that. I would like to thank you all so much for joining me on today's discussion, for being part of the journey towards tolerance and inclusivity for people of determination where you are and everywhere in the world. And I look forward to future collaborations because, as you say, it's together we're better. And certainly after a pandemic like this, we all know that working together is better. And from Expo, I welcome all people from all over the world with all abilities to come. We're doing our very best to make this an extraordinary experience and indeed an Expo for everyone. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Jennifer, Mohammed, Nick, Michelle, Caroline, and Stephen. Before we go to another break, we will now hear from a representative of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Dr. Paul Opio, who is a livestock officer with the Resilience Team for Eastern Africa. Dr. Paul.
My name is Dr. Paul Opio. I'm working with FAO, Sub-Regional Resilience Team for Eastern Africa, based in Nairobi, Kenya. This office supports country offices in the region, 8 countries in Eastern Africa, with emergency resilience-related work and also rehabilitation work. I would like to share with you one of the key inroads that we have made in Eastern Africa in facilitating peaceful inter-community coexistence through livestock coordination and natural resource management. First, I want to share with you the context. Ethiopia, Kenya, South Sudan, and Uganda share a common porous border inhabited mainly by the Karamojong pastoralists. This area remains very low compared to the rest of the region in terms of socio-economic indicators. Here we are talking about education, access to water, health, electricity, and also infrastructure. The area is also subjected to recurrent droughts, which always keep the population on the move. And with mobility, conflict is always very common in the area. With mobility also, there's a challenge of transboundary animal diseases, which is very frequent. And food insecurity remain a major challenge influenced by multiple of stresses in the area. How did we do it? FAO brought in a number of partners that are working in the area, local partners, international NGOs, including community institutions, to deal with community, take charge of what is needed, and through cross-border coordination, exchange visit, and proactive community engagement, we've done a lot of pastoral field school, training of community animal health workers, and from that bottom-up approach, we brought the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and then the national government to the picture. And that is how we brought all the parties to deal with this common challenge in the cluster. How does this support coexistence and increase understanding? The work that we've done collectively with the partners encouraged and fostered community engagement, sharing of information, sharing of technologies, work that they're doing. In that way, it increased trust and coexistence in terms of sharing the natural resources that they have and reduce conflict markedly. How, as the work supported inclusive dialogue, continued sharing between communities, in technical people crossing borders and sharing and supporting in terms of services in animal health, natural resource management committees sharing among themselves, increased dialogue between communities, youth, women, all involved in the process. How did the work contribute to peace and security? When people gain trust, and people start to share and conflict reduce in the area, surely peace became a key dividend from this, and also trade became fostered between the community. So the community started to live in harmony, and the work that FAO and partners have done also was escalated to a higher level, to governmental and intergovernmental level. And this is how peace and security remain in the area.
Thank you so much to Dr. Paul. We will now take a break before we begin our final session of the day, in conversation with the Women's Pavilion, local and indigenous women in peace building. See you in about 60 minutes at 3:30 p.m. UAE time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final session today titled In Conversation with the Women's Pavilion, Local and Indigenous Women in Peacebuilding. Our moderator is Hind Al-Awais, Vice President, Participant Management at Expo 2020 Dubai, and I'm delighted to invite her to take center stage at the moment. Hind?
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th edition of In Conversation with the Women's Pavilion. Today's panel is entitled Celebrating 20 Years, Women, Peace and Security, and the Role of Local and Indigenous Women. How much we have to celebrate will be a question that I will pose to my panelists as we reflect on the progress this agenda has made, while paying particular attention to the role of local and indigenous women and women working on the ground involved in peacemaking. We explore this issue within the theme of tolerance and inclusivity, as these two principles society should look like. And that in turn entails women's involvement across the whole value chain of peacemaking, whether looking at their participation or creating an inclusive peace architecture aimed at conflict prevention or post-conflict rebuilding, or whether it is about safeguarding and protecting the rights of women in these difficult times. Today, however, we go back to the basics. We go back to women's experiences and the role they play and the impact they make in their local communities to ensure peace prevails. My name is Hind Al-Awais. I'm the Vice President of Participant Management for Expo 2020 Dubai, and I lead on the gender stream, and I have the honor to be your moderator today. I'd like to first welcome Dr. Moza Al-Shahri, the Director of our UN Women Liaison Office for the GCC in the United Arab Emirates, to set the scene for us, to share with us the work that she has done with the UAE, and to deliver the opening remarks for our panel before we actually move into the panel discussion. Dr. Moza.
Assalamu alaikum. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be with you all at today's panel discussion celebrating women, peace and security and the role of local indigenous women throughout Expo 2020's Tolerance and Inclusivity events. Please allow me to begin by recognizing Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashimi, Director General of Expo 2020 and Minister of State for International Cooperation, for her leadership at the Expo and for her support to UN Women as the United Nations leading agency mandate to drive gender equality and women's empowerment around the world. UN Women is excited to be working with Expo on several key events coming up in 2021 and 2022. I'm very happy to be with you all to initiate UN Women's public engagement with Expo today. This discussion is incredibly timely as we now celebrate 20 years of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. It was just 20 years ago that the international community formally recognized the priority role of women in conflict, prevention, mitigation, and resolution through the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. We must also recognize the groundwork led by civil society, including local and indigenous community. In the years preceding this foundation, UN resolution for all of their efforts in advocating for this agenda at the grassroots level. Over the years, the international community has come together to ensure that women are actively involved at all levels of peace building. The voice and leadership of local and indigenous women is key to ensuring peaceful and stable society. women on the ground know best about what their communities need, especially in time of conflict, and have shown time and again their effective and critical role in peace building. As a director of UN Women Liaison Office for the GCC, I'm honored to represent UN Women in a country where the Women, Peace and Security agenda is taken seriously. The United Arab Emirates recognize the critical nature of women leadership in enabling peaceful, stable, and prosperous society. This is why we see women leadership priority here in the UAE, and in the UAE humanitarian and foreign assistance strategy, which is based on women protection and empowerment. As an example of the UAE commitment to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, I'd like to share with you an ongoing program run by the UAE through the General Women Union and the Ministry of Defense with the support of UN Women. This is the Sheikha Fatma bint Mubarak Women, Peace and Security Initiative. In this initiative, the UAE and UN Women have been working together over the past 2 years to provide women across the Middle East, Africa, and Asia with military and peacekeeping training, with the end goal of increasing the number of women in peacekeeping. We know from extensive research that the inclusion and leadership of women in all peace and security process is critical to creating an enduring peace. We hope that this UN Women UAE program can play a small part in enabling peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of today's event on women, peace and security, and the role of local and indigenous women. And I look forward to what I am sure will be an enriching discussion. Thank you, Hand.
Thank you, Dr. Moza, for joining us and for setting the scene and sharing all the progress that you have made in your position as Director of the UN Women Liaison Office in the GCC. Thank you so much. I now want to call on our panelists and introduce them to you. We have Ms. Charlotte Isaacson, Senior Gender Advisor at the European External Action Service, an expert on gender and UN Women, Peace and Security 1325. We also have Chief Inspector Doreen Mazuba Malambo, Gender Advisor for UN Police, and also UN Women Police Officer of the Year. So congrats on that. It makes us very proud to see that you have been recognized in your role. We have Ms. Gloria Jasse, Senior Women and Child Protection Officer in the African Mission in Somalia, AMISOM. We have Ms. Emma Fury, Gender Specialist and a National Content Developer for Zambia. We are so happy to have you here. And last but not least, we have Ms. Aya Buduela, founder of Code on the Road, an expert in anti-radicalization and terrorism, and a visiting lecturer at the Hellenic National Defense College. We are so honored to have you all here today, and I'm really looking forward to engaging with you and hearing your perspectives and sharing ideas on this very important topic. But before we delve into the discussion itself, I want to share with you and with our viewers Expo's vision on the issue of gender equality and women's empowerment. Our leadership has dedicated itself to ensuring that the issue of gender equality and women's empowerment is centrally addressed in everything that we do at Expo. And we are mainstreaming this topic, this agenda, across all our thematic weeks, across all of the topical, the issues that we will address. We are also hosting a dedicated pavilion, the Women's Pavilion, in collaboration with Cartier under the title of New Perspectives. In this pavilion, we will recognize the central role that women have played throughout history, but most important, the new perspective that we invite our visitors to walk away with is that when women thrive, all of humanity thrives. And the only way to peaceful, prosperous and sustainable societies is through the full and equal participation of women. So without further ado, I want to begin our I want to begin our discussion, and excuse me, and I will start by asking Chief Inspector Doreen to tell us about the role that women have played on the ground through your work in Liberia and South Sudan. You were on the front lines. You were helping women. You were interacting with local communities on a daily basis. And in one of your interviews, I found you said it wasn't really the men, but the women who fought for peace in Liberia. I'm interested in hearing from you about what was the experience of those women? How did they do that? What were the strategies that they used to promote peace? Doreen.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. From my experience, I would say I have 6 years of experience in the peacekeeping operations as the UN police officer. And usually I'm found to be somebody who is attached to the gender department. Like in Liberia, I was deployed in 2008 to 2010. I was at first appointed as the team leader for Women and Children Protection Section, where I was handling issues to do with SGBV, GBV, against the one which is committed against women and the children. And that was the time when the issue of disarmament was still going on in Liberia. And women were really well engaged in these issues because they were tired with the war and they didn't want anything to do with the conflict anymore in their country. So what I witnessed is that these women would come with some what I would call focus groups, the peace huts, and discuss issues on the strategies on which they can end the conflict in their own country, because they were the most affected during the crisis together with the children. So they would talk to their husbands, advise them on the effects of the conflicts. And for those husbands who were like very rude, they wouldn't want to understand, because they feel fighting, it is the only way they can show their strength as men. The women started getting the arms, hiding them, surrendering them to the UN, and that was one way of disarmament, actually. They could, even if they are scared to get the arms personally, they would just tip the UN, and then the UN would go and try to investigate and search and find the arms and then confiscate them. So those are some of the issues which women were involved in. And the others, they would do like protect their husband, refuse them to go forth into the issues of fighting. And the other thing is during the negotiations, because most women were not really allowed to participate. So what they did, they had to like arrange and followed to the places wherever the men were, discussing these issues of the conflict, negotiating. And then the other thing I learned was during the discussions or negotiations for peace deal, the women, they even went and surrounded the conference where the men were, and they told them, if you are not going to come up with a solution about this war which we are facing, we are not going to relieve you, and we are going to be here. If it means us undressing ourselves, we are going to do it. And you know, men, they wouldn't even want to see a woman naked. So it forced them to even really come up with the solution, and that's how the Liberian people managed. Coming to South Sudan, I was found here in 2016 when I was deployed. Barely 3 months, the crisis erupted. And during the crisis itself, as the officers who were in the front line, we were charged with the duties to protect the civilians. And one thing which I witnessed, I was one of the people who was in the front line to help the women and children who were coming into the UN camp. And when I started talking to them, asking them where their husbands are, some would say, my husband is actually on the front line. They are fighting right now. And then, can't you talk to them? Lucky enough, they had even the phones. They could communicate to their husbands. And some of them would tell them to stop this fight, because I was busy like trying to negotiate with them, sharing information about how the Liberian women managed to secure the peace which they are enjoying right away. So they called their husbands, and we could see some of them coming, surrendering their arms to the UN officers and getting to the camp and mixing with their families. So that was one issue which really helped the ceasefire at that moment. And then I remember in 2017, because I was still in South Sudan, some women, they gathered themselves and they said, enough is enough. We are tired of running up and down because of this crisis. So what they did, they actually arranged for a peaceful march. They marched in the town. They had to get the sellotape, sealed their mouths because they didn't want to talk. And just that march past, it was enough for them. Or what they did, they carried some placards which had a lot of messages trying to talk about the issues of the crisis, stopping the killings of the innocent people, especially the civilians, because they thought, the armed forces, they are the ones who were in the forefront to be engaged in the fight. So this helped up to now in South Sudan. We have this peace we are enjoying right now, and the women, they haven't relaxed. They have come up with a number of strategies which they are utilizing on the ground. And we also, as ANPO component, as a gender advisor specifically, we have established the ANPO Women Network, which we are using as a forum to try and engage our fellow security sector women, like the South Sudan National Police, the prisons. We have even collaborated with the military, and we are talking to the women and showing them the importance and how strong or how powerful they are to have their country be at peace, because a woman, wherever they are, they want to see peace. Thank you so much. That's what I can share.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience, Doreen. I think, a lot of times, and Charlotte, you and I talked about this briefly, a lot of times we, from my perspective, at least, we underestimate, I think, the power, the stories that women can share with the rest of the world on the ground. Now, the question or the challenge is always, how do you translate that commitment? How do you translate these actions into something more? How do you put political will behind it? How do you get the implementation machine sort of behind those amazing women? Honestly, I mean, what you've just shared with us is amazing. Before we tackle that question of how do you translate, local action or local stories to implementation, Doreen, you mentioned, the peace huts. And Gloria, as I was reading about your work, I know that you established something called gender desks in police stations and in other spaces. So perhaps you can talk to us about your work at AMISOM and tell us to what extent does the local context, local women's group, influence, and how their experiences influence how you design your engagement or your strategies. Gloria.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, the panel members, and thank you for the invitation today. As you know, in Somalia, we are operating under the Islamic State. We are also operating in the area where the people hold their culture dear to them. So in this country, it is difficult for women and men most of the time to mix and be able to come up with solutions. So this is one of the things that we have established while we deployed this mission to Somalia. So the African Union made sure that they come up with a plan to increase the number of female peacekeepers within this mission, which we have today, although the percentage is still very low. We then established what we call gender desks, manned by our female peacekeepers. It is because of the reform and reconstruction of the state, because as you know, the country has been in conflict for a very long time. So in the police stations, there was no provision for women to report any cases of violence happening to them, including cases of children. So they did not exist at all. So meaning that the issues of women could not be addressed as a result, including SGBV, including CRSV, and other physical violence. So AMISOM worked together with the government of Somalia to establish those desks where women concerns are taken to. And these desks, as I said, are managed by female AMISOM police, together with Somali Police Forces women. We also established what we call female engagement teams. As you know, in Somalia, we are fighting insurgency. We are engaging Al-Shabaab, meaning there are some areas where the civilian populations cannot be properly protected by other humanitarian workers. In those areas, you can only find the population and the military personnel, including AMISOM, especially in areas where AMISOM is deployed. So these female engagement teams that we established within AMISOM, who are basically female military personnel, are responsible to ensure that the needs of women in those areas in the front line are communicated to the AMISOM mission headquarters, including SGBV, including conflict-related sexual violence, including the concerns of children. These women are also responsible in breaking cultural barriers in those areas to be able to reach out to women, and also
they have managed in those areas to establish women groups organizing themselves to start dialogues on reconciliations, on other issues, including participation in elections. So this has been a very important aspect of AMISOM. But I also want to know, to make you aware of the resilience of the Somali women, because if you look at the achievement of the Somali women since the start of the civil war, you also have to recognize that they have participated so much in ensuring the stability that we see today in Mogadishu, for us to be able to fly in and fly out, and also to extend to other areas in the federal member states. Women participated. The Somali women are very good in organizing themselves. In different member states, they have organized themselves in groups, in what we call women protection groups. They are in different sectors. They focus mainly on the prevention of the recruitment and use of child soldiers, and ensuring that they participate in the vetting processes while releasing children from the armed forces. They advocate for that. They also engage young people, young women, to bring them on board in order to stop them from joining armed groups in the name of radicalization. So they have also worked in that area. We also have them working hand in hand with women in the internally displaced persons and arranging their protection. Because like I'm saying, this country is very big. It's not every place that the Somali National Army is available or AMISOM is available. So women have organized themselves to create their own protection mechanisms, including extending that to women in internally displaced persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria. I think it's really fascinating for us to hear of all the ways women contribute to peace. It's not what we read about in the papers. It's not the story that is making headlines, but definitely we know that women are playing a major role in ensuring that their communities remain as safe as they can contribute to. Women also, they are such intrinsic actors in the community that a lot of the times they have more access to the different workings of the community that they live in, that their impact can be greater. But speaking about the efforts and the innovative approaches that women have used to prevent recruitment, as you said, further radicalization, I want to move to Aya and perhaps ask you to share your experiences with us in working with women and your expertise on this topic. I know that you have a very specific way of looking at this issue. So Aya, from your work, what can you share with us?
First of all, assalamu alaikum everybody, and good afternoon, Your Excellencies. And thank you very much, Hind, for having me here today and for organizing this wonderful and incredibly important event. And to thank my co-panelists. It is an honor to be with such women who do really the heavy lifting. As Hind has mentioned, we don't hear enough from women like you. You guys do the hard work in the background. It is not that you don't get the glory often. And in fact, I've never had this opportunity to hear such stories from Somalia, from Zambia and other parts of Africa. So I just want to thank you again, Hind, for organizing this. I have with Code on the Road with my organization, which is quite new, I tried to combine my background in terrorism and extremism and being practical, to have a two-pronged approach to the problems our societies face, which is ideological extremism and lack of development in women's rights and in the Department of Business and Innovation. So my approach is we have a problem. We have a problem with extremism. It is not enough just to battle that ideologically, but it is also important to think and do, to have practical solutions to the ills of society, to create a just society, create more labor market integration, and to give people the opportunity to be as self-actualized as possible and to reach their potential. So if, for example, the lack of jobs, this feeling of injustice helps recruiters tap into that problem, what can we do to solve that problem? So it's not an opening for recruiters and extremists. It's not enough to me to identify a problem. It's important to offer a counter solution. So in Code on the Road, we focus on women. It all started with, I'm from East Libya. I'm from Benghazi. And it all started with hearing about Libyan refugees in Jordan who are struggling. And it was jarring. It was a jarring experience for me because we often think about refugees who are moving from Africa through Libya to Europe. But little is being discussed about Libyan refugees, Libyans who left the country because of civil conflict, because of the presence of Islamic State, past presence of Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and other militant jihadist groups. And because of Libya is an oil-rich country, I don't think even people imagine that citizens of an oil-rich country could be struggling. So in a discussion with one of my best friends, we were hearing about Libyans who are struggling. And at the same time, there was a competition, an innovation competition from the State Department for alumni of State Department programs. So we decided, we see this problem, let's apply for this competition by the State Department. And we thought what would be the most innovative way to help people and to help women, because I wanted to apply under the women's department. And we thought, well, we were going to teach women business entrepreneurship, and we're going to do it through the use of mobile technology. And we won the award, and that was one of that's kind of the founding stories of Code on the Road. Another thing is ideology. As I said before, we have a two-pronged approach to problem. Ideology, our beliefs, our values, are the biggest barriers to how much we achieve in life and how much we don't. It determines our human capital. It determines how we cope with problems. How do we cope? How do we react to the traumas in our life? How do we cope to challenges? So another part of Code on the Road is to conduct research into how do we build resilient communities, because we believe in evidence-based policymaking. So recently, our organization is based in Greece. Recently, we launched a program called The Census, where we'll do research into what are the factors that shape a society's ideologies in its institutions, like the military, like the church, that can contribute to right-wing ideas. And we wish to do the same in the future with Islamist ideologies too. One of the biggest barriers women face is certain ideas that what she's capable of doing, if she's even allowed to do so. So we have a two-pronged approach to this problem. And recently, what we do, we believe in empowering women in practical ways. One of the best ways you can empower any individual, male or female, is to make them economically autonomous. People who are economically and financially autonomous are in a much better able position to even speak about their rights and to defend their rights, and to even empower their children to be more productive, to pursue goals, and to know how to pursue goals. Because most of the time, people don't even, if they have a dream or a goal, but they don't even know how to get there, or to even, or many of times they're not even aware of existing resources that can help them reach their goals. So I like business entrepreneurship and teaching coding, and because first of all, the beauty about business entrepreneurship is that you don't have to be a college graduate, which I think is a huge barrier to many societies. You have to have an entrepreneurial spirit. You have to be brave. You have to be resourceful. So I love business entrepreneurship, and there's so many examples of people who have come from nothing and they have become huge success stories. So that's one area that we want to focus on. Second is software engineering. So the future of the labor market is digital skills, computers and tech. So we want to prepare, we want to educate our present generation, or future generation of Arabs and of Muslims to be ready for today's world. How to be innovative, how to know, and the beauty about coding is that, say, for example, if you're a female and you're living in a conservative society and you can't go out all the time, the beauty is if you're a software engineer, you can do your work from home. It is so flexible. You can be hired for a project across the world from the comfort of your own home. And this crisis has actually shown us how much work we can do, how effective the internet has been in enabling more productivity, more flexibility, which I think is also very, very important for women, because many women also have families. So that's the approach we have to solving this problem. And I really believe in education. Education is the biggest equalizer. And I remember speaking to a mother, a refugee from Syria, and she was describing all the things she and her family had to do to leave war, which is horrible. But she was very stoic. She was a very self-possessed woman, and she was describing these horrors. And in the course of our conversation, she broke down when she said, "I just want my kids to have an education." That's where she broke down. She said, "Forget everything else. I just want my kids to have an education. The ability to have the right paperwork to do this so they don't stay out of school." So I really believe that education is first and foremost, both for men and women. And that's how we're trying to, and useful education that can help women work, that can help them be independent and useful members of the market. So that's our story. That's what I have to contribute. And thank you again.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you. I think, I do want to come back to this question of mindsets and looking at, the Women, Peace and Security agenda with its interlinkages to the larger development agenda. But I'm gonna have Miss Emma perhaps elaborate on that. But for now, I do want to close on this idea of what remains to be done when looking at the Women, Peace and Security agenda itself. We've heard examples of the strength, the ability of local women. We know that there are some enablers like education. But Charlotte, this question is to you. We know that we have the frameworks. We know we have the policies. What remains to be done?
Thank you, Hind, and thank you, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so 20 years now after 1325, as was mentioned, we have achieved a lot. There is no doubt about that. And what the fellow panelists here have shared are all examples of that. So we should, of course, be very proud, and we should build on that, because at the same time, while we have many achievements, we know that it is still not enough. There is a need for doing more, perhaps to identify better best practices and do that more, to accelerate that, to perhaps institutionalize and to share to a wider audience, or perhaps to identify gaps and barriers and to make sure that we can overcome them or, reduce them. So it's a two-pronged approach, I think. So the normative framework is very strong. As you said, the policy, there are plans and there are policies and there are many documents out there. And one of the challenges, which I think we all can agree, is that the biggest challenge is on the implementation. And there are many reasons for that. And there is no one reason that is valid in all the places, because also what you said here before, different places are different and there are different cultural contexts and different systems in place. And of course, we have to adjust to that. Another thing which is a great achievement is the rich knowledge production we have seen now for 20 years with a lot of research and enhanced knowledge and understanding. But still, of course, we have more to be done. And we also need to really make sure that we are working both top down and bottom up. And bottom up is really to put the ear to the ground and to listen to the people, to the women, but also to the men and to the girls and to the boys in conflict and post-conflict settings, because what many of our civil society partners tell us is to do nothing without them, about them, and that is true every day of the week. So that is important. Another achievement we have seen is that there have been established stronger working structures, and many of my fellow panelists again are here examples of that. And a lot of training. There are a lot of training programs. And you also mentioned the Sheikha Fatima Women, Peace and Security Initiative with training for women peacekeepers, which is, of course, one of the very many welcome approaches to this. So we have much to be proud of, but still it's not enough, because we see that the number of women who are actually taking active part in peace processes and negotiations, etc., are still very low after these years. And we see that women in leadership positions within security establishments, including in operations and missions, are still very low, and women peacekeepers are also still very low. So there are many great initiatives in place on this, but we need to do more. We need to do better. And for the European Union, it is important for us to establish this as a political priority, where we work with this politically, diplomatically, operationally, and also financially. And we, of course, have to support women grassroots activists, women human rights defenders, women peace builders, etc., to make sure that they can operate, that they can be operational. And then, of course, we come into aspects related to their security and safety. And let me just also in the end say something on security. So we know that security for women is a very good indicator for armed conflict. So lack of security for women is an indicator for that. We also know that the surplus of men, especially young men, are bad for stability and bad for security. We also know that our, opponent or our enemy are sometimes better than we are to adopt and integrate the gender perspective to their advantage, to make sure that they get themselves to where they want to be. And it's in all the spheres, from recruiting both men and women to raising opinion and support for their cause. So this tells us that we have to be very clear on doing this in a very systematic way from our end. And we have to really raise the profile, of course, of gender balance, and to include more women in leadership positions, but in all matters related to peace and security, internally as well as externally. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that we really make gender mainstreaming a practice. We have to make sure that gender analysis and the systematic integration of a gender perspective becomes a part of our daily work, because that is also related to identifying root causes and drivers of conflict. And if we do not understand that well enough, our responses and our way to address the security challenges we face globally, regionally, and locally will be not as good as they could be. So I really want to stress how gender analysis and the integration of a gender perspective is also, beside gender balance, a very important component to make sure that we are achieving gender equality, but also peace and security, which in our view are the three objectives of women, peace and security. So it is peace and security and gender equality. And this, I want to say just now finally, is something that is beneficial for men and women and boys and girls. And this is also why it must be done by men and women, and also, young women and men, and not necessarily small children, but we have to also see the inclusion of men and women of all ages as a priority. So from the European Union, we are determined to lead by example and to also do ourselves what we ask from others to do, both in terms of women's participation and leadership in all matters related to peace and security, and to make sure that we make this an ability and a competence of all our colleagues to actually do in their daily work, and not only an ability and competence of our female colleagues, but actually an ability and a competence also of our male colleagues. And this is also why we establish now as a requirement what we call a gender responsive leadership that we will have in our new policy. So this is what I wanted to share here initially with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Charlotte. You've given us a lot to think about, and I'll be looking forward to learning more about gender responsive leadership. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's going to be something that will inspire us, and I hope that the EU comes back to Expo when we open our doors and shares more of that with us. So as you were speaking, I think this what you shared sends us is a great segue, because you've given us a sort of 360 picture of what it really means to create an agenda for women, peace, and security. But we can't also think about that agenda without thinking of the larger development context. And here I want to go to last but not least speaker, Ms. Emma Firi from Zambia, who has done amazing work and has that 360 vision as well. And Emma, can you speak to us about the interlinkages between the agenda of peace and security and the larger development agenda, and where women fall in how essential their roles are to both of these streams? Emma, you have the floor.
Allow me to recognize the presence of all excellences present, not forgetting to acknowledge my fellow panelists. Let me just say all protocol observed and greetings from Zambia. So what I can say when it comes to the linkages that is there, talking about gender equality vis-a-vis empowerment, and SDG number 16, which is talking about peace and security, I'll start by saying that good governance and rule of law, these are two key qualities, or rather prerequisites to ensure that resources as well as services are well made equally available to the people. Without resources, we are not able to talk about peace and security, because in some way, resources will guarantee the people the freedom or the liberty, the fear from all types of violence. And I'll put emphasis on the respect for rule of law, for it is a cornerstone when it comes to talk about sustainable development. Previous speakers have already mentioned, addressing the topic talking about today, it's quite complex, because there's need for us to address the root causes as well as the drivers of conflict. Allow me to mention that as Zambia, of course, Zambia, we do not experience things like wars, terrorism. We still experience other forms of violence like gender-based violence, violence against children, to mention a few, which still and peace and stability vis-a-vis from national, international. Having said that, this task of conflict resolution
Miss Emma, the sound is breaking off. We have lost her. Okay. Can I ask tech support to step in and make sure we have a stable connection? I think, we all know the point I think she was driving at. I don't want to speak for her, but the linkage is... Hello.
Are you getting me?
I can hear you now, yes. Go ahead.
Hello. Are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, before we got cut.
Yes.
By both men and women, because they'll bring in different perspectives that will bring harmony in terms of peace and security at different levels. And this is the reason why if the UN, they saw it fit to call, when they passed the resolution number 1325, talking about women security, where it called for all member states to take recognizance of it. So allow me to mention that my country, Zambia, has actually taken recognizance of this resolution, and this is the reason why I'm able to share what I'm sharing now. So in showing solidarity to this, Zambia contributes even when it comes to things like UN peacekeeping. And there was. And you would find that, for instance, I'll give an example. If in totality the number is 1,000, out of
Emma, you're breaking off.
Women are also seeing the need. And like others have.
Emma, your connection is quite weak and you're breaking off.
It's bad.
Okay.
Others have mentioned, even in my country, we have gender desks. We have what we call victim support units in all the police stations. And the whole essence of the idea behind this is to make sure that one day we can wake up to a zero of violence against women as well as violence against children, vis-a-vis gender-based violence in totality. So we see that we do recognize that peace and security is very important. We cannot talk about gender equality when we are going through a lot of violence unattended to. So when you look at the two SDGs, there is actually a relationship. The fact that they both do discriminate or forbids all forms of discrimination. And in order to show that this is a serious matter, for Zambia, our Constitution of Zambia, which is the supreme law of the land, it has given provisions where it is a right to provide empowerment to our dear women as we bring in the issue of peace and security. And there's also a piece of legislation that we are calling the Gender Equity and Equality Act. It forbids all forms of discrimination and it provides for empowerment. So on the part of empowerment, my country, which I'm representing through the Ministry of Gender, they've done a tremendous job in ensuring that empowerment goes to all the recipients. And when I talk about recipients or beneficiaries, like my colleagues have mentioned, Zambia is actually giving asylum to our colleagues who are fleeing from their respective countries because of the wars. We've got refugee camps in our country. So when it comes to empowering, we do not look at this one is a refugee, is not entitled. For as long as they are in the work areas where empowerment is due, they are also benefiting because we do take recognizance of this resolution of 1325. But then the question is, for women, what role are they playing? Of course, they may allow me to mention that even if we've responded to the calling, recognizing the resolution number 1325, as a country, we are yet to come up with the national plan of action of the United Nations towards the resolution of 1325. However, that has not stopped us from contributing the good works. And another initiative that is showing that our women are not just seated, including our country, Zambia, first of its kind, developed a digital platform called 50 Million African Women Speak. This one addresses information needs for women entrepreneurs and youths. Even for those women who are about to start up a business, information is there. And another component which is related to what we are discussing sitting on the platform is the issue of safety. In order for a woman to be happy or to be secured, they're supposed to be safe. So the platform provides information, even the routes they are supposed to use, what are the do's and don'ts when they are crossing the borders, and what is expected of them. So all those, to me, it is because we do take recognizance of SDG number 16, which is talking about peace and security. And notwithstanding the fact that we know we do not have wars, but at least even the uniform personnel, there's other initiatives they've put in place. Children have not been left behind, just like we know as we are trying to achieve gender equality, but we should not leave anyone behind. Another good practice from my country is that they formed what we are calling peace clubs. Peace clubs are formed in schools. See, this peace club does, it is helping the young generation to develop new ways of thinking about peace conflicts as well as violence, equipping them with skills to peacefully address and prevent conflicts in their schools, in their homes, and even communities as a whole. Then from there, correction centers where offenders are kept, even there because of the human rights, there's also a project there which is the best practice to me to help them realize the need of them to be restored. So restoration of justice and peace building is important in these correction centers. And this is because we want everyone to recognize that peace and security are very, very important in one's life. There's also another initiative because of the women movements, the women knowing very well the importance of being peaceable and secured at home. Our men in uniform were ended up coming up with a project that is targeting them to be good husbands. It is called I Care About Her. So I Care for Her, the men are taking an upper lead, even taking children for under 5 clinics, even escorting their own wives. They are being taught, sensitized, what it means to love their women and not to inflict violence on them. So all these are initiatives the government has put in place in showing solidarity that peace and security is very important if we're to attain the gender equality by 2030. So we see that women in Zambia are able to participate even in our local expos. So in these local expos, again, I'm emphasizing much as we do not have wars, but refugees, for instance, like in northwestern part of Zambia, there is a refugee center. So when it comes to expos, they are also given certain pavilion where tables to exhibit whatever they are dealing in. Yes. So because of that, the women, they've come to believe and understand that it is possible actually to achieve gender equality amid the difficulties. Even now we are in the era of COVID, but much as COVID is a setback, but we've embraced it to be a comeback, because even their businesses, they've not come to a stop. They are using the online platform, the 50 million platform, which is for free. All they need is just to create an account, then they sell their merchandise.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
in conclusion, I would say that the only way to peace, prosperity, and sustainability is through the full and equal participation of all gender roles that the men are participating in. Then we can be assured of attaining gender equality vis-a-vis empowerment and living in a peaceful environment, because that is very cardinal. I submit.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your national perspective. I think it's always interesting when we have these panels to hear what the perspective or what are the efforts of the country. We have come to the end of our time, but before we close off, I always like to end with something more inspirational. So I just want to ask you all, what is the conviction or what is that thought that gets you up every morning to continue to do your work? And really, it's a quick fire kind of question. So I'm going to start with you, Aya. What is that one thing that keeps you going and doing this work?
Making an actual difference, to fight. I'm upset when I can't fight, so or to fight for something. So just knowing I have the opportunity to fight for something and the ability to fight something, and to see that there's always a result when you fight for something, and that is my message actually to women. You know, be fighters, and don't give up, and be brave. And
thank you.
That's it.
That's a pretty strong message. I'm not surprised coming from you. Charlotte?
Yeah, no, what gets me going is that I see progress every day, and I have been working now with this for 25 years almost. And if you came to me 20 years ago or 15 years or perhaps even 10 years ago and would tell me that, you know, what we actually have as a reality today, even if it is not yet perfect, I wouldn't have believed it, because I think in quite a short time frame at the same time, we have accomplished a lot, you know, in different places, and things that were thought of as impossible and we shouldn't even try are now actually institutionalized and the new normal, and we are moving forward the boundary of the new normal all the time. And what makes me going is the collaboration and cooperation with other partners and friends and colleagues, not only within the European Union and the member states, but also within our partner organizations such as the United Nations, OSCE, African Union, and NATO and ASEAN, just to mention a few. So there is certainly something going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think this panel is a testament of how far we have come. Gloria, what keeps you going?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm actually the survivor of wife battering myself. And when I was going through that, my mother took my children away from me and told me to go to school. She paid for my tuition and I finished the university. And I took a course on social work and human rights. My purpose was to continue the journey to help other women who were going through the same situation as I did. So that keeps me going every single day. And it increases my commitment to the fight to ensure that every woman everywhere should be able to enjoy their human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I salute you for getting this far, for overcoming, and for being an example to women everywhere that should know that they can achieve too and follow in footsteps like yours. Doreen, what keeps you going?
For me, it is such a coincidence with Gloria. I also went through the issue of spouse battering, and being somebody who came from a family where my parents were so peaceful, I didn't want to buy that and continue in such a scenario, because what I learned through other women who were busy empowering me is that when abuse happened to you for the first time, you are a victim. And if you allow somebody to abuse you several times, then you cease to be a victim, but you become a volunteer. And I didn't want to become a volunteer. And then also the passion or the potential which other women, especially for instance, like here in South Sudan, they have gone through a lot. Some, they are displaced, they don't have proper homes, but the courage which they have picked to even come up with women empowerment networks,
Thank you so much to Hint, to our panelists, and to everyone who's contributed over the course of a fascinating day, so full of insights and achievements from all around the world. We'll be back tomorrow with a final day of programming for this pre-Expo week on tolerance and inclusivity, and we hope very much that you will join us. Thank you.